has grown from 22.3 million people in 2014 to 25.9 million in 22-23, which an indication of increasing pressure of high demand for decent jobs. The finding indicates, among other, youth between 15 to 35 years unemployment is high at 12% as compared to other age category at 5.5 at the age of 36 to 65. Within the highest for the youth with age category 15 to 24 at 14%. Moreover, the finding revealed that the persons with secondary education levels is at 13%, followed by those with tertiary education at 10%, and 10% for those with university education. It is the lowest for those with vocational education level at 5%, followed by those with primary education level at 60%. However, unemployment is high in urban areas within Dar es Salaam, registering unemployment at 20%, while other urban areas is at 9%, and rural is at 7%. This statistics raises a number of research questions that include: what are the reasons for these differentials? What public policy shifts are needed to make the equal balance? What are the experiences in other countries? And what is the role of research and research institutions in devising public policy to enable pro-employment policies? Distinguished participants, the rationale of addressing unemployment, which is one of our labor market challenges in Tanzania and elsewhere in the world, is grounded into three aspects, which are facilitating creation of employment opportunity, enhancing employability of the national labor force, and protection of workers. In addressing the challenges in creation of employment opportunities, a number of initiatives are being undertaken by the government to stimulate employment creation that include strengthening business environment for investment, massive investment in development to facilitate economic infrastructure like roads and many others. We may all agree that a number of projects are underway in all pro-employment sectors to stimulate economic growth and job creation. Dear participants, in mitigating the challenges of employability of the national workforce, reforms in education and training sector at different levels, primary, secondary, and tertiary and higher learning institutions, are ongoing, which includes building and renovating education and training infrastructures, supply of modern learning equipment and machinery, and increasing funding for higher learning institutions and highly subsidized universal primary school education. The reforms provide sustainable means for creation a competitive workforce. Dear participants, apart from intervention in the formal education and training, there are intervention and initiatives to enhance employability of youth who are already in labor market that includes local placement services, career and vocation guidance, employment counseling, job search workshop, basic labor market information, and consultants services. Distinguished participants, in concluding my remarks, allow me to once again thank you for extending invitation to Permanent Secretary to officiate this workshop. Let me reassure you that the government will work close with you in a pragmatic, constructive, and sincere way for benefit of all of us. However, I call upon stakeholders to consider taking innovative measures to ensure that the decent work agenda become a reality in Tanzania. Among also looking forward on your full participation, hence this workshop will be a great opportunity for recommending policies that can create decent jobs and produce competent skills in our country. I have no doubt that the recommendation you will make in this workshop will be useful to the government and the stakeholders in realizing potential of decent work agenda 2030 agenda. With these few remarks, this research workshop is officially opened, and I wish all fruitful discussion. I thank you all for listening.
Topics that that I will focus on. And I will talk a little bit about the long run. So these big changes to societies are really changes that happens over decades. Okay, so getting the policies right might take generations before you see the changes in the economy. And I'm going to talk about a little bit about the binding constraints. So what can possibly prevent the economies from converging? So a main question in economics has always been: so why are some countries poor and some are rich? Why do we have this pattern? Then, of course, we are very impatient, so we cannot wait for the long run. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we can do in the short run, and I will focus on three main areas. And this is also something that is repeated in the literature in different strands, and also usually when they compile the policy recommendations, or when the World Bank are doing these big reports, these three areas emerge. So first is agribusiness reform, and I'm going to talk a little bit about a very nice experience in Ethiopia that we have studied. Then I'm going to talk about industrial parks, also called special economic zones, and I know you have a few of them in Tanzania. And then I will talk about micro and small enterprise development as an alternative while we are waiting for the big structural transformation. Okay, so this is the big picture, yeah. So the shift from agriculture to manufacturing, that has been sort of the key when it comes to job creation, when talking about formal jobs, poverty reduction, and rapid growth in low-income countries across the world, and also important in historically in development. So this is what we call the structural transformation. In Africa, we've had, and I'm focusing now on the low and middle income countries. We've had some very nice experiences during the past 2 decades. You know, the data is not good, and these figures I'm showing you here are only for 18 countries, but that is what we have. But it shows us some good news. So employment in manufacturing increased from 6 million to 20 million from 2000 to 2018. And we need to remember that this comes from a very poor performance in the 90s. So in that decade, there were no additional jobs in manufacturing. Okay, so this is, I think this is a very good sign. Of course, we know the employment has been growing a lot, and I come back to that. So the share of employment in manufacturing increased only from 7 to 8% in these countries. Okay, so we see many new jobs for people in the countries, but still, in comparison to the total workforce, it's not a big shift. It's not the structural transformation that we are looking for. Also good news, manufacturing exports has grown by 10% annually, and this is money, so flowing into the countries, foreign exchange, very important for all the investments, most of the investments that the countries are doing. But so the sector is growing, and it is important, but it remains very low in comparison to the rest of the world. So here's the challenge. Africa's working age population is expected to grow by 450 million people, 70%, by 2035. And these are not updated, so these are before the pandemic. So, but the figures are so enormously big, and these are the trends. So I expect that when new figures come out, we will be looking at the same difference between jobs created and the actual growth in the workforce. So the World Bank estimated that with the current policies in Africa, there will be 100 million jobs created by 2035. So there you see the number of job seekers grow much faster than the number of jobs. But this is also a great opportunity. So the growing working age population in comparison comparison to those who would need help and are not economically productive, that is an enormous resource that must be used. So how to do this? I think a key takeaway is to improve the investment climate. So investment in physical and human capital and policies that foster competitiveness and productivity. And I will go a little bit more into detail about this. So first, it's important to remember, so what are we talking about when we are talking about creating a job in the private sector? So the important thing is that the value for the company of hiring a new worker needs to be higher than the wage and the cost of this new person. So just to give you an example, so why are we very often recommend to build rural roads also from the private sector development perspective. So connecting the rural areas with the higher paying markets means that those who are producing in the rural areas would get higher prices for their products. So what is the response from those who are producing something when they see that they can get higher prices for their products? They would like to increase their production, and for increasing production, you also need to hire new people. So as long as the value of hiring that new person is higher than the cost of hiring, you will see job creation. And this is a necessary condition. So we are very often in policy settings talking about many things, but the decision is made by the company, and we need to remember that. And then, of course, this is helped with economic growth. So we are saying that it's a necessary condition for job creation. That is not the full story. And I'll show you some figures about the relationship between economic growth and job creation. So the general picture is that the labor-intensive growth benefits employees. So when economic growth happens in the sectors where there's a lot of labor, that also benefits the employees. In capital-intensive sectors, the growth benefits employees less. Of course, this is obvious to you in Tanzania, with focusing on the natural gas revenues. So everyone can see that the high growth in that sector does not necessarily lead to high benefits for the employees, other than a very small minority of high-paid people like my father. So here's the relationship between GDP growth and employment growth, and you can see that there is a positive correlation. So with higher GDP growth, you most of the time will see higher employment growth. So this is consistent in all studies, but you also see the different outliers, and I think that is also important. So these are experiences in different countries where you also go in the other direction when it comes to employment growth. So I think it is important to assess economic situations in the country and see how this is moving over time. So investment climate, what are we talking about? So this is focusing on the markets and developing the markets, entails policies in many different areas. And I'm not going to go through the details in this, but we can categorize it into sector policies. So if you want to develop like agribusiness, you need to focus on getting the policies right for the agribusiness industry. And I'll give you an example when I'm talking about the agribusiness case a little bit later. And then it's of course the national policies. So you need to have an educated workforce, you need to have the capital market functioning, etc., etc., etc. Then we have the global conditions. You need to ensure that you are in the good trade agreements, the firms themselves. So what are the regulations? What are the so why would I spend my money in establishing a firm? So what are the conditions? How long does it take for me to get the license? All those practical things that matters for developing new firms and creating jobs. So, and then we get very excited about the private sector. We see that there is a high need to create jobs, and we want to do something about this. But then we have crowding out, and crowding out happens when some interventions replace other existing market conditions. And I'm just giving you one example of this that is highlighting this challenge. And I know in Tanzania you have in the rural areas you have these savings and credit associations. So people coming together, putting their money, and then lending it out to one in the group. Yeah. So it's a traditional group lending scheme. So what happens when, for example, the government wants to establish a microfinance scheme? You could well see that this could be replacing the savings and credit associations that they already have. Yeah. So even if you see that the microfinance scheme is working and you see borrowing and lending, the real impact could be zero. That you're just using subsidies to replace something that is already there. And this is a big challenge in private sector support, and many support schemes can have this effect. Okay, so when we have market failures, then interventions in the private sector can be much more efficient. So. And I'll give you more examples a little bit later in the talk. But now I want to get back to the binding constraints. So if you read a World Bank report on the economic situation in a country, I worked 3 years for the World Bank, so I have read many World Bank reports. Then you will find a very, very long list of issues that needs to be solved. Also with the IMF, yeah. So the IMF is reviewing all countries, and they provide a very long list of everything that is wrong with the economy. And they do this for all countries. So every time we get this review in Norway, we say, oh no, they have no clue about what they're talking about. So listing everything that could be improved it's an okay exercise. But what we really want to know is, so what are the constraints that prevents a sector from growing? So you follow a sector over time and you see there's nothing happening here. So why is that? And then listing 100 different reasons for why that could be, it's not that useful for the policymakers. So and here I think the World Bank has a useful tool with the jobs diagnostic to identify the constraints for job creation. So basically going into and identifying the country's labor endowment. So what type of labor do we have? Education, skills, etc. And what sorts of jobs can these workers do? And then designing the policies that could trigger economic growth that can make these people getting jobs. So, and then you narrow down on the challenges in the economy that you need to work on, and that is together with the analysis of how to get the growth going. It's a very useful instrument in my mind. So, let's focus on the short run. What do we do while we're waiting for the big transformations? And this is also an important part of the literature, so because it will take generations for economies to have a large decline in household-based agriculture. So in Tanzania, I think it's still around 65% see the challenges. You see the big challenges when households are based on small-scale, low productivity agriculture. It's not like these people, if you offer them a job or something, that the farmer would be ready to enter into a completely new type of occupation. We're talking maybe the children of the farmer can move into these other occupations. So sector-specific reforms is one of the things we have been working on, and focusing on labor-intensive sectors such as agribusiness and construction. Also, and I'm not going to talk about that, but this is a recommendation from the World Bank report on job creation from 2017. Target support for vulnerable regions and support regional trade integration to help develop manufacturing. Then I will talk about microbusiness development to help people create their own job, and focus on entrepreneurship programs, credit provision training, and technology diffusion. But here I think it's important, and it's difficult to establish this as a fact. So take this for my view on this case. I think that people in the world generally are not entrepreneurs. So I believe people are pretty much the same across the whole world, and we are not entrepreneurs. We prefer to have a job. I make the argument based on the fact that if you can't choose, if you look at if you look at the OECD countries, where you can choose to establish your own company or get a job, 88% of the workforce chooses to get a job. Yes. Yeah, so you saw when I started to talk about the use of technology, it kind of, my laptop started to get a bit anxious. Okay, so this is about the number one, well, the one of the three areas where we think it's useful to do something in the short run, and that is agribusiness reform. And so this is a study together with Tigabu Getaon. We started basically in 2007 when we saw that we had took a cab to one of these areas in the rural areas, and just saw big lines of women walking to these rose farms. Very fascinating to see rural farm women working to get to have a formal employment contract at the rose farm. So this is the point, yeah. So formal employment, and if you want to create some jobs for the rural farmers, it needs to be something that they can actually do. And I think this is a good example of exactly that. So so in 13 years' time, it went from almost zero workers to more than 200. So if you add 15 years, it was more than 200,000 jobs in the rose farm industry. And so how did this happen? How were they able to do this? Yeah, and they became the fourth largest flower exporter in the world after 15 years. So it's of course very hard to say exactly this or that triggered this enormous expansion. But we did find that a feasibility study was conducted. You know, a study where you look at the profitability of for the companies of investing in the sector. That was funded by the EU and indicated large competitive advantages, but also some large obstacles of coordination. So if you establish one rose farm, you would not be able to solve those coordination problems, like having refrigerated air transport, very costly, and you need many to get it to be profitable. They also pointed to the abundance of cheap labor, conducive climates, land close to the international airport, and Ethiopia was considered safe at that time. So it was many things that were making it ready for investors. And then the government decided to do this reform of the sector, and one was the land lease. So making sure that the investors were safe on investing in the land, that the government would not confiscate it at a later stage. So I think this was a 99-year land lease arrangement, and a big change in policy. Then it was air cargo. So Ethiopian Airlines started with these cooling systems for transporting flowers to the flower exchange in Amsterdam, where most of the flowers in the world are sold and then sent to other countries. And also some credit schemes on both sides. So donors like the Netherlands was very interested in having their flower farmers invest in Ethiopia, and they provided them with generous funding arrangements. And strong government support on both sides. We think that was important, and a close collaboration between the government and the investors. So things do happen, yeah. So if there are hiccups in the transportation chain, something on the cargo that is not working, it is important that the government is actually trying to solve the challenges that the companies are having. So this was a very fascinating research project that Tigabo and I did. So we wanted to assess the effects of poor rural women getting jobs in the floriculture industry in Ethiopia. Yeah, so this is one of the farms in our study. So it's basically very large greenhouses, quite labor intensive. I should have used another picture. So what we found is very positive effects on consumption from women having these jobs. Household consumption increased by 30%. Food poverty was reduced by 8%. But also see the relatively common phenomenon that when women start working in formal jobs, their leisure time drops a lot because they will be double working or triple working, also taking care of the household chores. More anecdotally, so when we visited the farms, it was quite shocking to see the exposure to chemicals. So when you weed these plants, the roses have thorns, and so many of the workers were full of scars from this weeding. And also there was a lot of complaint about groundwater pollution. So you see, it's getting the sector to work as it should. It also requires government monitoring and helping companies to do the right choices. So when we came back a few years later, all the workers had these thick plastic gloves that would prevent them from having scars from weeding the plants. And of course, it doesn't cost anything. So it's just about policies for protecting the workers. And then we have the industrial parks, special economic zones. And here most of the research is actually from high-income countries. And industrial parks are mainly used to attract foreign direct investments and promote industrialization. So basically geographical areas where companies get tax breaks and other types of support to establish themselves and typically export to high-end markets. So with the AGOA Act, this typically triggered these special economic zones where both local and foreign companies would establish themselves for the purpose of exporting to the US. And these special economic zones requires huge investments in infrastructure, roads, electricity, and water. So these are really big investments. I don't have the overview of Tanzania, but in Ethiopia, the government spent $1 billion US dollars over a decade just to do the investments in the infrastructure. So really enormous amounts of money. Good thing then that the basic the research shows that there are large impacts of doing this. So it increases the foreign direct investments without crowding out local companies. So it's not like they compete with other local companies. So if you establish a company in the exporting zones, exporting to the US, you're not crowding out any of the other local companies that also export to the US. They find a large increase in local employment and also wages, and also quite fascinating spillover effects on the economic activity in the neighboring regions. And I don't have time to go into this, but it's very interesting to see how other companies can learn from these companies. So if you're going into the US market, you need a good technology, you need a high quality product, and other companies that watches these companies and what they're doing, they can learn from that and improve their quality. So research shows that the effects are larger when zones are bigger, closer to the markets, and focusing on labor-intensive technologies. There's very little evidence of special economic zones in Africa. So we started a study a couple of years back on the effects of industrial parks in Ethiopia. And here we use a large randomized field experiment to see what are the effects of women having these types of jobs on welfare-related outcomes. So in 2016, we started collaborating with 27 large manufacturing companies in the special economic zones, and got an agreement to hire eligible women randomly, so that we have a treatment group of women who got jobs and a control group of women who would have gotten the jobs if more jobs were available. So this is so we use this design so that we have a comparison group, so we can say something about what is the likely scenario of these women who got the job if they hadn't gotten that job. Yeah. So the women showing up and trying to get these jobs, you cannot compare them to any other of the Ethiopian women. These are most likely a special group who would like to have that type of job. So we follow 1,500 women, and now we are planning on collecting a new wave. So we follow the same group over 8 years to see also the longer term effects. So these industrial parks are spread across the country. 8 at the time. Now I think they have 11. So still increasing. And this is a picture from one of the companies. They can be really huge, and you see extremely labor intensive in the production. And they produce for the high-end market. So these are Tom's shoes. So I asked my kids, and yes, they buy Tom's shoes. And these are, I think, these are for the American market. And Ethiopia was also part of the AGOA agreement at that time. So how did this happen? And at the time, I was working in the World Bank, so I followed this quite closely. And there were lots of media coverage of Chinese interest in getting into the Ethiopian markets. So the Chinese were saying that the wages in Ethiopia were 1/10 of those in China for exactly the same type of work in the same type of factories. So the big factory I showed you was the shoe factory was Huyan, one of the largest shoe manufacturing companies in the world. So they have these types of company in many different countries, including in China. So they could compare exactly the conditions, exactly the same type of work. Also the point, abundance of workers that both can and want to work in such factories. Of course, the working conditions are not good. I'm going to get back to that. When we did one of the qualitative rounds and visiting the factories, our PhD students got a terrible headache from the glue smell in one of these shoe factories. So it's not a very rosy picture when it comes to the work environment. Good trade deals, I mentioned it. And it was a lot of political collaboration between China and Ethiopia. So you had delegations going back and forth to get good collaboration and a mutual understanding of the sort of the project of attracting big Chinese investments into Ethiopia. Of course, these were strong mutual economic interests on both sides, coming back to the fact that it needs to be profitable in order for this to happen. And Ethiopia also did the necessary large professional investments in the parks. So there are different views about the professional investments here, but they got it to work. They got it to work, and that was the key for the investors. Yeah, and we got a lot of negative feedback on the work environment in these factories, and the workers report occupational safety and health challenges, concerns about safety regarding accidents, injuries at work. So these are profit machines, these big factories. So they want to profit, get as much out of it as they can, and if you don't regulate the safety standards, they did not abide by what I would call normal safety standards. We have data on lots of verbal and sexual abuse, and so half of the workers in a study that Tigabu and colleagues did said that shouting and verbal abuse is a concern at work, and 20% had experienced sexual harassment. And there's also lack of feedback to the supervisors. So just 25% of the workers say that they're comfortable taking the problems to the supervisors at work. Okay. I think so formalization is in many African countries, formalization is an important policy area, and of course this has to be able to be formal has lots of benefits for firms. So you get better access to credit, especially when you need larger loans. So you can always get some capital informally, but if you really need to expand your business and get formal loans, you need to be formal. downside is, of course, that there could be very high costs of formalization. So if you need to, like just registering your company, so if it takes many months to get all the paperwork done, and like many other bureaucratic obstacles against formalization. Now, I think most of those are much easier to handle now in the digital economy than before. And I think in many countries, you can register your formal firm within 2 days when everything is digitalized. There are some studies on what induces firms to formalize, and there's a study from Sri Lanka about using subsidies for formalization that works. Stick also works, so visiting by enforcement officer. There's a study in Brazil, and I think the experience from Ethiopia is also that the inspections would have an effect. And we don't find any effects of information campaigns, getting easier registration, etc. So you need to, if you want to do something along those lines, you need to do more than just informing them. Okay, then I want to talk a little bit about the third option of, so what do we do in the short run? Coming back to what I mentioned, that I think that not all people are entrepreneurs. Some people are entrepreneurs. And some people are growth-oriented entrepreneurs. So they are not only seeking to establish a small business to sustain themselves, but they are seeking a business in order to make it grow, and maybe become rich, hire many people, create value, create a business. So in Ethiopia, when I worked in the World Bank, we designed a project to see if we could identify the entrepreneurs with a strong motivation and ability to grow their business. Of course, this is very, very important, because that is not something you can identify. You can ask them, but if you have some benefits, and if you ask a person whether they are motivated and able to get it to grow, they will say yes to get the benefit. So this was challenging at the start, but we tried, and it worked. So in our sample of women, 75% of them never had an individual loan before. So they would typically, most of them typically had participated in the rotating credit and saving schemes. But when they were given the opportunity to be given an individual loan based on their interest and ability, to make their business grow, the average loan size before and after entering into our project was 10 times higher. Okay, so when they got the opportunity to take an individual loan, they took one, and they took the amount was 10 times higher than what they did before. So we think removing credit constraints can trigger enormous growth in this sector, but it is challenging. So there is a reason why you are not able to why these entrepreneurs are not given individual loans. They don't have collateral, and then they cannot go into the bank and get an individual loan. So that was a big challenge that we also tried to work on. So now this was in 2012, and now the program has spread to many countries, and there are billions of US dollars going into funding these types of entrepreneurs. Not funding, but giving credit. And they are repaying. The repayment rate is extremely high. And so this is this is a financing mechanism that really can trigger big changes for those who want to grow their own business. So one of the brightest people in this area, David McKenzie, he also came to the same conclusion, and he had a presentation on this at CMI a couple of years back, and he said if he would mention one project that had the highest impact, it would probably be this business plan competition. So you know what you do when you get a bright idea for developing your own company. Okay, so you sit down and you Google a little bit and you see, okay, so I need to develop a business plan explaining exactly what is this business going to do and why is it such a good idea to do it. So when you try to get on board partners, get on board finance, you need to have a business plan that explains your project. So this is the basic in all countries. Lots of consultancies would help you with developing the business plan. So in this study, they had a business plan competition with 24,000 participants, and the grants that they could win was quite high, I would say. So the semi-finalists were competing of grants of $50,000 at the time. Okay, so if you were selected for the final, you will receive $50,000 and then with this design, you can compare the semi-finalists. So we have a panel of experts assessing the business plan for 24,000 participants, and then they selected the best ones. You have one group of the best business plan competitions. Then you have a random draw of those, and half of them get the $50,000. So then you can compare the winners with the non-winners, and these two groups are most likely quite equal when it comes to their abilities and desire to make the business grow, because they have an equally good business plan. So with this research design, they found that there was a much greater firm entry, meaning that they established the firm, had higher survival of existing businesses, higher profits and sales, and higher employment, including increases of more than 20 percentage points in the likelihood of a firm having 10 or more workers. Okay, so I think the time is running out, and that's good because that was my final slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Espen.
We have what was originally intended to be a roundtable discussion, but we do have a rectangular table, so we have a table discussion about enhancing creativity for job creation. And I'm pleased to be joined on the table by three distinguished panelists, Professor Pascal Mio of REPOA, Dr. John Scalesciu of the University of Monash University of Cooperatives, and Doris Ngeta, a more dynamic dimension to the panel setup. Please, my panelists gradually make their way to the table. So, the way in which this particular panel will be set up is that there will be some guided questions to our participants, and they will try and address them as much as possible. So we'll be giving the participants between 5 and 7 minutes to provide us with an introduction to the particular topic and explain as much as possible. And then subsequently, we'll move on to the next subject matter, and then we'll invite questions and contributions from the rest of the plenary. including questions and contributions that should have gone towards the presentation that was made earlier by Espen, to try and see how we can arrive at a thematic contribution that's quite topical. Oh, I see that we've been joined by a fourth panelist. And I don't believe I managed to catch your name when you were being introduced. Oh, Doreen. My apologies. So, karibu sana Doreen, karibu sana Professor Mio, karibu sana Jones, karibu sana Doris. So we have the two ladies with the D's as well. So to get this panel underway, let me ask Professor Miho to try and provide us with a little bit of a rejoinder on what you reckon are the most effective policies available to policymakers to promote the creation of jobs and decent work, including for women and youth in both developed and developing countries. Karibu, Prof.
Thanks very much. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for giving us the opportunity to be the first to speak after the keynote speaker. Also to welcome to Tanzania all our valued and esteemed guests. 7 minutes is not a very good allocation of time in which you can touch on upon many issues, but we shall try as much as possible, and bearing in mind that there will be also the exchange and the contributions. We cannot, I don't think I can talk about solutions without hinting a little bit about problems. I think the biggest problem we have of employment and unemployment and employability stems, number one, from the issues of demographics. That the majority of the people who are out of work and are eligible for employment are young people. 65% of the unemployed in Africa are young people. But the demographic issue is also associated as a problem to the issue of the mismatch between the number of people getting out of school and getting into the labor market, getting out of universities, getting out of colleges, getting out of schools, vis-a-vis or versus the number of available employment opportunities in the economy. The growth in population, the growth in the number of graduates, the output of the supply sectors of education and the skills does not match. It's not commensurate to the number of jobs which are viable. So there is this demographic challenge of the mismatch, and it's a planning question at family level, at the household level. When parents are planning for more children, they feel the responsibility to plan for how they are going to take care of those children. But we'll talk about it in the policy, that there is a mismatch and a little bit of a disconnect in our planning. We plan for more jobs, we talk about more jobs, but we don't talk about how to create, and we don't give much support to structures that can create more jobs. The second issue is the mismatch. And the mismatch also is between output, the supply side in terms of those who are eligible to enter the labor market, and also the jobs which are available. The mismatch between the skills acquired in the training and the schooling and the skills required in the enterprise system. The third, of course, is the qualifications, and it's connected with that also. There is a lot of disconnect or mismatch between the current skills which we all as academicians are dishing out into our young people and the skills that are required on the market. Then, of course, there is the issue of development failure. And I think the keynote speaker has spent most of the time talking about that serious problem, that there is a lot of failure of development. There is static sectors, unproductive sectors which produce but don't produce enough, where there is also the sectors which young people consider as just static and non-starter sectors, which do not attract young people, especially in agriculture. But also we neglect, when we talk about the rural economy, we talk about agriculture, we don't talk about fisheries, we don't talk about forest products, we don't talk about non-forest, non-timber products in the economy. And we only concentrate on agriculture. And also there is the challenge of underutilization of capacity in most of the enterprises. The last study, the Labour Commissioner has left, the last study which was carried out about time spent on work in Tanzania was shocking for us in the early 80s. It was averagely, it was found that people work for 80 hours a week in averagely in the public sector. And that, I don't think it has changed much. If it was 8 hours a week, that is 8 hours which we are supposed to work a day. People were spending 8 hours a week working, if you looked at averagely what they're spending. Now, that's underutilization of capacity, but also there is a challenge of deliberate underutilization of capacity within enterprises. People who are knowledgeable, people who are skilled, not being adequately used. Now, Chair, co-moderator, that is a snapshot of is a little bit of challenges that create issues of unemployability. Let us look at, let us think about solutions. Number one, in terms of policy, there is need to talk separately and address separately, and the Commissioner talked about it herself, about talk separately about between employment, employability, and employment. The challenge is not only lack of employment, the challenge of employability. The research which was done by REPOA 2-3 years ago, looking at VETA, it came out clearly that there are many people who have skills, but they are not employable. And many employers who were interviewed were saying that some people come out of the technical and higher education institutions, but they are just unemployable. Some are unemployable voluntarily because they choose jobs. We have a lot of young people sitting in our household, and we encourage them, and you tell them, go get a job. They say, but this job is not well paying. It is voluntary, but that is a problem. But the employability, we have to address it separately, because it also touches on the type of skills and the content of skills that we are dishing out in our technical colleges and the universities every day, and the number of people who we put out who can actually attract an investor to employ them. Such numbers are very few in our countries, and when investors come with their own cohorts of people, we complain, we don't give them work permits, we say they are taking over our jobs, jobs which we can't do. Number two, we have also to look at treat jobs and work differently. The policy makers' policy concentration is about jobs. Jobs meaning people who are recruited. But there are many opportunities for work, both in the rural areas and in the urban areas, which the policies do not address seriously and do not go out to think about how to address them. An example, a lot of work is going on in the rural areas. And the rural areas have a lot of work opportunities, like I said, fisheries, forestry, and other. But when the policies are talking about jobs, they talk about formal jobs. They don't talk essentially how to promote production within the rural areas. And the rural areas are actually victims of development within the urban areas, because the cheapest labor, the cheapest produce is in the rural areas, and the urban areas basically exploit. And there are also these intermediaries, there are these brokers, vishokers in Tanzania, we call them, who control the prices of the produce which come from the rural areas. And the state has not taken action to stop these people from actually exploiting the rural people. So we have to talk about jobs, if we mean employment, recruited jobs, but also we have to support work in the rural areas as a separate issue. Number four, we also have to link demand and supply sectors. The responses of governments in most cases in Africa are talking about the supply side. I know, for example, in my country, Tanzania, a lot of investors have called the government to give them their views. The Nordic Investment Group is always here. REPOA has worked with the Nordic investors for now 4 years. We produce reports. They give views on how to improve what the keynote speaker challenges, the binding constraints, how to get over them. But the governments, our governments, including my government, keep on concentrating on the supply side, giving numbers. We are going to produce 700,000. We are going to million jobs between 20 and 2025 jobs, but not how to improve. Despite and forget about the blueprint which we talk about, there is no balance between the demand, the needs of the demand sector, the labor demand sector. They are not adequately addressed, and we concentrate too much on the supply sector. I think there is also this issue of linking. In REPOA, we have come out with a small idea that the employment is a function of 3 or 4 main things, that it is work, information systems, labor information systems, labor market information systems, and also IT, but also skills and education. We have a concept called WISE. We call it WISE. Work, information, skills, and education. Now, these 4 elements are controlled and coordinated by 4 different ministries: labor, technology, information, education. But there is no link between them, or which, like a joint select committee, a joint permanent forum, for them to talk about how to create jobs. Each of them, they sit in their various compartments. They talk about employment from their various ministries, but there is no link between them. Therefore, they are running each in different directions towards the same goal of attaining full or improved employment. Finally, is the issue of competition, and I think the keynote speaker has talked about creating competitive businesses. And we have Africa, we have reformed now for 30 years talking about how to increase competitiveness, but there is a missing link: competitive labor relations. You know, what dynamized the industrial revolution and industrialized countries was the issue of labor also shaping the industrial policies, putting their options on the ground, and shaping all these processes that inform wage policies. Now, in that wage policies and investment policies, the voice of labor is very important, because you can't walk on one leg. We have done a reform, we have reformed for 40 years now, walking on one leg and weakening labor, weakening trade unions, and suffocating the voices of civil society when it comes to employment issues. If we don't coordinate, revitalize the role and the importance of labor and labor bargaining and the impulse of labor in the whole process of employment and investments, we shall continue struggling and basically walking on one leg, and we are not going to go very far. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I've taken notice of plenty of your contributions, and we'll be coming back to you later on. But let me just give the stage to John Scalescio, Dr. John Scalescio. You've done a lot of work on international crisis, and we understand from your background you've done considerable amount of work on banking crisis and international finance systems. But crucially, in terms of how all of this relates to the job market, we see that especially in the last few years there's been a lot of contagion, in the sense that there's been a lot of diffusion of crisis from one geographical area to another, and that has impacts in as far as employment creation is concerned. So, in your opinion, what do you think Tanzania and the rest of the developing world can do to try and mitigate some of these effects of international crisis on employment creation?
I think I'll for recording, okay, fine. First and foremost, it is important to note that it is very challenging to avoid global dynamics in terms of productivity, in terms of job creation. One, because whatever we do in the country is somehow linked to the international dynamics. For example, some years back, sesame, for example, cauliflower, what? Even tomatoes, even onions were meant for local consumption. Nowadays, you produce them, you have an international person coming to buy them. So the changes in the manner we live will normally and will always make our population and all of us be linked to the international world. However, we still have issues that are entirely local. This is where I'm going to focus on. One, for example, we import a lot of edible oil. When I was young, there was no importation of edible oil. We either used that which was coming from cotton ginneries and sunflower and palm oil. Now we import, I think, almost like more than 50% of what we consume. We can talk about rice, for example. We used to consume rice that we produce locally. Now we have rice which we call Japanese rice, whatever and whatever and whatever. Meaning our productivity has been reducing over time. Now I'm talking about productivity. It could be the quantum has increased. If the quantum cannot increase to meet the demands of the people, it means there is a space for job creation somewhere. Number one. Number two, there are issues that definitely cannot continue to be managed from a macro level. I was studying the Indian sugar industry some years back, and I was commissioned by the government to do that. One of the things that the Indian government does in terms of sugar industry, they have commissioned small or micro sugar producers that are basically based in the local districts and whatever, and they produce sugar for the local community. And the standards are designed to meet that kind of production, because the kind of sugar we eat does not necessarily be the same like our good friends in Norway would like to drink. So there are issues that can be discussed in terms of avoiding our international related dynamics. So one is we need first and foremost to revisit our sectoral policies. Now with the focus to stimulate internal production and trade. Because the internal functions aren't working well. How do you move your product from, say, Kagera, where I come from, to Dar es Salaam? A lot of blocks. Yesterday I traveled by bus, and I counted the number of blocks that we met. There were around 6. I don't see these blocks in, when I went to the US, I never saw them. When I went to Costa Rica, I never saw them. And so that means you cannot move your products very well. And some of these products are really required. So that is one. Our sectoral policies need to be revisited. And we can revisit this one by looking into the, for example, the SME policy. Because our SME policy is so much outdated that it doesn't make sense to have it. 3 years back, I was part of the team that was commissioned by the government to revisit the SME policy. We found a lot of gaps in terms of startup capital, in terms of financing of growth, in terms of sustainability. The current policy doesn't capture that. Unfortunately, we have not done anything. Now remember, in Tanzania, I think almost like 70% or so are within the SME, either as informals or as formals. So if you don't capture that, you cannot create jobs. And remember, we have a debate here in most cases that we are saying, is it possible for an SME to grow and the debate is very, very high. Everybody talks about it. But then we have cases of micros growing. Bakresa, for example, from a simple chapati baker, from a bread baker to where he is. Look at the late Mengi, from a person filling ink into the tubes and into a multi-billionaire. Look at Infotech. I know he's now late as well. Look at all of these people that we have, which we can exemplify, and they're moving forward. So our policy does not capture that. You cannot create jobs if your SME policy is as it is. We need to look into the examples of India, Indonesia, China, whatever. To what extent, for example, can we make a woman tailoring clothes for his kids and his neighbors and her neighbors to an extent that he can, through associations, reach a stage that he can be a multiple producer of so many clothes. We have not reached that. In that respect, we've got to look at the SMEs in terms of how do we connect them with the suppliers of raw materials? How do we connect them with markets? How do we finance them? That is not in there. But the other thing which is very clear is the skills, and I know Professor has spoken about it. But if you wanted to create jobs, we have unskilled people, so to say. So you need to upskill them, ensure they have new skills, and then you reskill. And then that means they have to be lifelong learners. If you don't have workers who are long life learners, there can be no growth in terms of job creation. Now remember, when I'm talking about it, I'm talking in terms of formal employment and even self-employment. You need all the time to be a continuous learner. Let me go to Tanzania in terms of agriculture. And my good friend has talked about agriculture. But I have a very good example. I think in 2019, 2020, I was commissioned again with my good friends from the University of Dar es Salaam, Sokoine University of Agriculture, from UDOM, to discuss and advise the government on the relationship between agricultural production and industrial development. And of course, the focus, if you do that, it means you can create jobs, isn't it? Now look at it. Some 4 days ago, when I was asked by REPOA to come out and be in this panel, I made some 10 phone calls to 10 industries. But today I'll give an example of only 2. The cotton industry, the ginneries, and the coffee industry. In the coffee industry, our production versus the capacity of the coffee curing plants that we have. If all coffee curing plants were to work at full capacity, none of them will be working at above 10%. Now remember, when these were put up, the production was, for each and every coffee curing plant, was 100%. It is now only 10%. Look at the ginneries. The ginneries work for only 4 months to the maximum. Now, if this is the case, then we have a problem. You cannot talk about it unless you talk about agricultural productivity to a higher level, like my good friend Espen was talking about. Food and agricultural sector, this is another area which is very clear. In food, I'm looking at the fishing industry. I am fortunately a member of one of the fishing processing company, is a member of the board of directors. And we note the lower levels of productivity. We don't get good, high quality fish and the quantum that we want. I am a member of the board of one of the cooperatives that manage the Tanga Fresh. The Tanga Fresh was financed partly by Sweden. You know, it is the largest factory that we have in the country. And one of the best qualities that is being produced, that produces best quality dairy milk for consumption is a country, and in East Africa. You know, it has a capacity of 120 liters, 120,000 liters per day, but it works on 12,000 liters per day. On average, all dairy processing plants do not work beyond 25%. Which means if you want to create jobs, these are the areas you want to focus on. But there are other areas which need to be discussed in conjunction with that. The banking and finance. If you're talking about startups, let me focus, for example, on Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank. It is meant to finance agricultural and processing and whatsoever. The interest rate is around 10, 12%. Now, we have the economists here, they might be telling me later on. The normal return, what we call the earning before interest, taxes, and depreciation of most of the factories in the world is around 10%. So if you are putting up an interest of 12%, it entails I cannot repay, which means the factory can't work. So our development criteria in terms of banking and financing has got to be revisited, because development at 11% doesn't make sense. I think 4%, 3% would be okay. And I know even the Tanzania Investment Bank hovers around that, which means you cannot foster growth. The construction. Now, the challenge with construction, it's good if you are looking at non-protectionism. If you are not talking about protecting your industry, your country in terms of international trade, construction would be one of them. It creates employment, but it's just mid-term. Because in the long run, construction of roads and whatever is meant to facilitate other areas to do better. So, Chair, there are so many areas that we can talk about. But surely one of the major aspects is to revamp, to revisit, to rework on our policies. One. But once you do that, the challenge with Africans is that our policy actions are limited. Policies made before 2018, most of them did not have strategic plans, the strategy to implement them. When you lack the strategy to implement a policy, then the policy is unworkable. Which means because you don't have a strategy, then whatever you do is okay. Whatever you do is right. Now that unfortunately gives us that you produce less and you want more, because you have no strategic action that is required. So if you work on our policies and we ensure our actions go that way, might be it can make sense. We have now the BBT, the Build Better Tomorrow. If you study the agricultural sector development policy, you don't get that you don't get it in that policy. Which means it is coming out of the blue. Now remember, Chair, in the 1960s, Professor Mio will remember, and some of us who were there. I'm 71, by the way. So what happened? We had a village resettlement scheme. We made village schemes. We invested. In Dar es Salaam, we moved the youth to Kivumu and whatever. What has come of those schemes? Nothing. So if you have actions that are not backed, it doesn't make sense. So to create jobs, we need to be a little bit more sober than we are at the moment. Avoid the politicking, avoid the reactions. We have so many young people without jobs, without work. They don't have jobs, they don't have work. We cannot do it out of the blue unless we strategize and we revisit our policies properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaleshu. Moving on, we've heard about broader policy approaches, primarily revolving around the government. Now, it's time to have a look at the other side. The flip side of the coin is the private sector. Now, who better than someone who's been in the private sector her whole life? Doris, this question is directed at you. What do you think can be done to enable the private sector to be a more proactive participant when it comes to creating jobs?
Thank you. My good names are Doris once more. Before I go direct to diving into responding to the statement that is presented by Dr. Jamal, first and foremost, he did mention a good background. I do come from a line of entrepreneurs who have advanced into business owners. And this is growing up, having a father as a civil servant and a mom as an entrepreneur has been a good study field, where you'd see your dad coming out from work and then go into the field to assist mom. And then you'd be like, but you're tired, and said, no, we need extra from this. So it gave me the understanding that, look, even employed people, the salary is not enough. Because if he dives in to support his wife in the business, then it means they need more earnings to support the family, me and my siblings. Such a setup gave me a good question when I grew up and I became a young lady. So I had this thinking, I had the question, of which I'm still trying to analyze and understand. Why do we equate being a civil servant in terms of providing service and trying to become rich out of providing the service in that particular civil service? And then we leave the side of you can be a civil servant but still have something on the side that can earn you money. So that to remove the thin line between greed, corruption, there's a very thin line, a mindset that can come up, I better get some real quick before I retire. And with the Kikokoto policy currently, so to say, scramble and grabbing will be of much essence in the next coming years, especially for senior officers who are about to retire. So let me grab mine and evict before I die early, since I'm used to the luxurious life, the pomposity kind of lifestyle that I got. So I'm just putting it out there, but this is something that has always been in the back of my mind. And then on the same note, the question of if a civil servant is providing a particular service, and this person is competent and delivering and just seeing output, why not pay them well? It's also a question. This person is really giving out the output. You're really seeing things happening, things changing in the country. Why don't you pay them well so that they become comfortable enough to do that job and provide that service? So I'm putting it out there. I'm not sure if there's a research done on it, but I think it's something that we need to start looking at. That should civil service be something we provide service alone and allow them to also have other means of income? Or if they provide the good quality service, we make their livelihood sustainable, so that we can't remove a person's character behavior when it comes to greed and corruption, but there's a way someone can feel, there's a way we can try to find a way to regulate that. So coming back to the business or the public sector avenue, I hated working with my mom, simply because it was not attractive, it was not fun, it didn't make me look pretty, it removed me from my safe space of being a young, posh young lady. I hated it. But now, I love it. Because the posh life that I want is expensive. If I want to get credit on my phone to have airtime to stream online, it's expense. I have to have something that gives me money. So I was like, look, if these were your laptops, because she's always like, I'm not educated like the rest of you. Your dad taught me even the English I speak. So these are my laptops. These animals you see, these are my laptops and computers. You better embrace them. So after I finished college, as eloquent as I am, as smart as I am, job hunting was really tough. Nobody gave you an opportunity simply because you finished uni while you're at a very younger age. And then if they speak to you, some people get intimidated that she has, she thinks of herself really high. If we put her here, give her the capacity, she'll move on to the next. So we'll be investing in someone else's child who will become somebody better than us. There's that stigma, there's that fear. So I entered into the business, embraced the business. Now, I know majority might be parents in the room. This is our thinking as young people. I'm glad Professor Pascal has put it out there before I dive into answering the question. We select jobs. It's because parents also put pressure. And this is something you guys always forget. Move out of the house, you're 30. Especially if you're male. If you're a female like me, it's an advantage. You're 30, you need to marry. Now, when you move out of the house, there is rent. Transport in Dar es Salaam is really, really hectic. You need to have at least transport allowance, if not a transport machine, because there are cars and transport machines. I hope we can distinguish between those two, So you need to at least have that. Now, when it comes to selecting a job, if you're paid 200,000 per job, that's not enough money to pay rent, to have, let's say, to have information on your phone in terms of connection, that is network connection, as well as to eat and to clothe, because you demand us to appear well in your offices. If I came wearing jeans and t-shirt, some of you would have given me some kind of look, because there is a status quo to how you expect us to appear. So that pressure itself makes us choosy, that look, I rather stay home than work for this pay because it's torture. That is our thinking, and being having the intergenerational dynamic in this panel, I'm going to lay it out there so that even researchers can get a clear picture. We understand you come up with good ideas in the research paper, but now our biggest problem, are they realistic with the lives that we're living as Africans? Do they correlate with who we are as Africans? Now, coming to answering what Jamal posed out in his statement, the private sector's thinking is expansion, profit. We don't have time to think of livelihood, salary. We don't have that time. We want to expand. We want more profit. We want to have good appearance when we go to good corporate meetings with a nice posh car, a nice suit, a beautiful tie, because the first appearance, that is how a person will actually perceive or try to interact with, basing on your appearance. It's in the book. It's psychological. So when you want us to have good or mitigate good environment so that we can employ more, pay more salary, and not have more profit, it becomes a challenge. And with the current wave, of artificial intelligence, robotics, or technology, it makes it even more difficult, because we can still have a cheap labor that you don't have to pay, finishes the work on time, works 24 hours, doesn't complain about their back, doesn't have maternity, doesn't complain about the salary increase, doesn't complain about the rain, and still shows up 24 hours delivering and maximizing the profit. And that is the problem the private sector has. So my thinking is, we should have a responsible approach towards technology. I put the word responsible in a bold font, because I want us to think of not only evacuating people from a job, but once you evacuate them, you give them another opportunity to earn a livelihood. Look, now this work can be easily done by a machine, but then there is this opportunity that is available that you can continue to work. And that can only be possible if we have a culture of ensuring that we have a work development strategy that is to upskill and reskill. And this is what most employers in the private sector do not have this. We talk of capacity building, but it's very different from upskilling and reskilling. Capacity building, you build that person's capacity from where they are. When you reskill and when you upskill, it means you add an added element from what they do not have. So there's a very difference. We've taken them for capacity building, CP, but it's not an enabled element to actually ensure that once this particular this labor force, let me term it that way, as how we would, we shift from a technological aspect into from labor force aspect into using machines or artificial intelligence. We have upskilled them for something better. We have bettered their life. We should, as the private sector, we should be of that thinking. And last but not least, I think I should talk about a good thing is I should talk about the importance of early childhood development, especially when it comes to preparing the mindset of an entrepreneur or a business owner. I really appreciate that it was laid down in the table. We have the likes of Mengi, we have the likes of Bakresa, who have emerged from small business owners to, multimillionaires. But their environment was quite different from ours. The demography at that time, the demand at that time was quite different. The opportunities at that time was splendid, and the competition was not too large compared to now. Right now, the competitive advantage is quite scaled, and you have to be of a high skill, you have to be confident, eloquent, really, really innovative, really creative to attract people to give you the opportunity to work, especially in the private sector. So I believe it's high time the state also focus on early childhood development. That's where you create the individual. You don't create the individual in universities. That's not true. And that is why I'm glad we have senior lecturers here. They can attest. You have 35-year-old people who are actually studying for PhD. They can't present in a panel. But their paper is really satisfying. Like when you read, you're like really satisfied. But they can't present in a panel. They don't even know what they wrote, but they wrote it, or somebody did write for them. It depends. So we forget the element of investing in this person when they're early children. That is where the mind is sharp. That is where the mind grasps. That is where I saw the money coming in and my dad borrowing money from my mom. So I was like, even in marriage, I can borrow from my spouse. That is where I learned the skills. That communication is not supposed to be argumentative, but rather a more of negotiation approach. That is where I got the skills. So growing up, it was easy to, come out of a bullying situation because I knew I had to negotiate my way out of being bullied. So linking it with the private sector, these are the things we're supposed to start evaluating and seeing how do young people fall in the value chain. Let's not tell them, all of them, to start companies. Some people don't necessarily have to start companies. Some people can just be the drafters of the company constitution. They work in the value chain. Not everybody should do agriculture. Not everybody should be a farmer. Some people can own trucks that takes the crops from the farm, from the rural areas to the urban areas. How do we actually teach them that they can be involved in the value chain? And I'm glad Professor Pascal also pointed it out. Our educators in higher learning institutions, this is where the challenge falls. Do we have educators or lecturers who are experienced in a particular sector? They have practiced it, failed a couple of times, come into the lecture room and then lecture us, look, I have done this, I have failed here, and this is the way. Rather than coming with theories, I really respect education, but my argument is, I've studied economics, and you go through economic theories, and you're like, how do these theories apply in Tanzania? The policies do not encourage, the environment do not encourage, but the theory says, if I do this, I become a company, a successful one. So can our tutors, can the professors, can you researchers in this room come up with African-oriented theories that work directly for African-oriented businesses, be it SMEs, be it companies that have grown, and this will be a great environment for us to also, will create a good environment when investors come to invest in African countries. They already know the economic setup of a place. So what they do is embrace it, embrace the economic culture, dive in and invest. This is how we grow. This is how we help the private sector provide more employment for young people, because you've studied the economic culture. And that is the thing that even in most, in most higher learning institutions, we're not taught. We're not taught that there is an economic culture that exists in Tanzania. We're not taught that in Ethiopia there is an economic culture that needs to be embraced. But then when smarter investors come, they study it and figure it out on their own. That is how they thrive. But for us, it becomes a challenge. Lastly, I call upon, all of us in the room, especially, I'll write an email to REPOA to kindly request the communique in this particular workshop should be submitted to the Planning Commission. Because what we're doing here this very day, this is how planning the future happens. And being part of the core technical team drafting the 2050 vision, when I hear how, especially when Professor Espen actually presented, I was like, these are take-homes that we need in the core technical team. The research, the good research that REPOA has, should be submitted. People should take time to read, come out and see what are the good things that we can embrace. What is more that we need to advise researchers to keep investing in? And I conclude by saying it is high time for, us as policy advocates, as we advocate for policy change, to also remember, if you do not call upon tax reduction that kill businesses, we will never employ the youth. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Doris. Doreen, the departure point there from the entrepreneur was about taxes. We know that taxes are quite surmountable and can be an obstacle. However, we also know from statistics that more than half, or close to a half of all MSMEs in Tanzania have a lifespan of between 5 to 6 years. Now that figure's gone up in the last 3 years, ostensibly because of COVID-19 crisis and the subsequent geopolitical tensions. And that has meant jobs are becoming more precarious, in addition to being quite rare. Now, in terms of that, what sort of partnerships do you think can we create to try and address issues in relation to the decency of jobs, making jobs more decent?
Thank you so much. I think the previous panelists have set the best tone on where we are with the situation. And one of the biggest mismatch that Professor Pasco didn't mention was between private sector and public sector. We have not just a mismatch, but there is no coordination. So one of the challenges that we are facing in creating synergies between the public sector and private sector for job creation and really improving the decent work environment, employers are looking for in two ways. One, the technical skills. The first panelist talked about they are not employable. They have theories and they're less practical skills. And we learn from if we look at, let's say, University of Dar es Salaam, Mzumbe University, or VETA, the resources they have, the teaching equipments are outdated by what the market has. So you are learning from something that you're not going to use at work. So when you leave college, all you know, the equipment you use is overlong outdated, and you come to a private sector, they keep investing to keep up with the competition. They give you this machine you've never seen, you don't know how it works, you are out of the game. So there is that mismatch. What we're using to teach, the investment that goes into resources and upskilling our curriculum, our teaching materials is quite out of date to what the private sector, who are the major employer, has for work. And because we don't have a voluntarism policy in the country, so internship and apprenticeship is quite low. So the private sector doesn't accept university students to come and learn at work. Why? Is because there is no policy that protects me as an employer when I invite you to come for internship or for apprenticeship. And out of protecting myself from the risk of you saying I worked without pay, I reject you to come and learn from work. So there needs to be a partnership, and this partnership is very important between learning institution, the private sector, and the government. That's a very important partnership where the policy allows for people to come and learn at work. There is very little of it, and private sector have reasons to reject people to come because there is no policy that protects them. The second ways we can improve the work environment is really doing the labor market assessment. Currently, we are looking at the labor integration survey that was done in 2019-2020 and released in 2021. We are in 2024. There is so much that has happened in the last 3 years. Technologically, economically, socially, politically, that is way far beyond that report we are referring to. So, but research is expensive. We have researchers in this room, and we don't have proper documentation or synthesis of different research that have been done to be put together, because we know REPOA is doing research, there's other universities are doing research, but the synthesis of that research that informs what the labor market is looking at this point, being used by government, is quite very low. So we have shelves of research that are not being used. And it's because we're working in silos. If we weren't working in silos, we would know REPOA has that report, that university had that report that we can learn from, we can pick, synthesize, and use. And so we don't have, and not just being used for creation of a decent labor environment, but also for reviewing our own curriculum as teaching institutions, that this is what we have, our curriculum. These are the gaps within our curriculum that we can pick from this research that we are seeing, because the labor market needs and demands are shifting to this direction. We also, we need to do a number of, Doris has talked about upskilling and reskilling. If we ask people here from the last time they left whatever teaching institution and joined their current employer, apart from orientation, how many opportunities have they had for upskilling and reskilling? It is near to none. So you are using your best knowledge from whatever past you have and whatever you would be searching around to navigate the challenges of development that we are seeing today. And that's quite a big challenge. Now we talk about people who are formally employed. What about those in private sector, those who are in informal sector? Where do they have the opportunity to upskill and reskill? It doesn't exist. So you've left darasa lako la saba, you've hustled around the street, you've gained whatever little skills you have, you keep on with it. But we also have the challenge, as I've mentioned, with the policy that we have. Our planning commission, I've challenged government several times, and I would have wished Madam Susan was here. We have for instance, the Tanzania-Uganda pipeline construction. That was not an accident. It was a project in a plan, and people knew it would be coming. There were a number of plans. But one of the things that missed in that plan was actual skill assessment. What skill set would be needed for us to offer the best employment opportunities to Tanzanians when that project comes in? So right now, they're looking for people with TIG welding, industrial welding skills. And as a country, we rarely have 5. Less than 5 people have the industrial welding skills. But what did Uganda do? They did an assessment, took people to Norway, took people to Denmark, they learned about industrial welding, they brought back, they started teaching industrial welding in the country. And when we started saying, no, you can't bring people, they're like, give us people with these skills, less than 5. And 2 of them are teaching at VETA. And they need 300. So we are importing more than 200 and something people with industrial welding skills because we did not prepare for them. If we look at the standard gauge construction, go and see who are the skilled labor there. We did not prepare as a country to build those skills that when the project comes in. We are talking about the development vision. We have projects on pipeline. Have we done skill set assessment to prepare these people when the project comes in? No. And you will always get, we have a better way of defending ourselves of what was happening, what were the challenges. So these existing gaps goes as much as to the decent working environment. Our trade unions have been weakened. They are less relevant to our needs as people. We normally see the trade unions and vyama vya wafanyakazi during Mei Mosi, and then they disappear until the next Mei Mosi. And that's the truth. If you're a member of a trade union here, you can attestify. They don't push for our upskilling and reskilling. They don't support the private sector because they give us, the informal sector, because they give us what we need. It's a labor relationship. So all these challenges needs one, coordination. We need coordination. If we have the Labor Commission, but the Labor Commission, how does it bring together the different actors to align to a common goal? That's not happening. So we need to strengthen that. And the second, we need true partnership. We lack true partnership between government, between private sector, between the training institutions. We need true partnership that is built on understanding of the needs, but also the benefits of that partnership, because we all benefit from that partnership. We need co-creation of the strategies, co-creations of the policies, co-creations of the curriculum, because as an employer, I have something to contribute to the curriculum because it will give me what I'm looking for in terms of driving labor. So we need co-creation in terms of the key component of labor. But we also need effective labor movements that's really aimed at removing inequalities, but also supporting the enabling environment for a decent labor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we'll have a maximum of 10 minutes for questions and comments from the group, from the crowd. Are there any questions for our panelists? And we'll collect them. Okay, so I'll start with the...
Yes, actually my question go back to the first presentation, for which I think the panel have done a good job to respond, the one done by Spain. We have seen all around a lot of issues. I think the key challenge, because I've done studies, for most youth, even women, is not so much looking for those who are entrepreneurs. How do we enable them to have the so-called startup capital? We have all these good ideas in agribusiness, quite a lot of SMEs. Everywhere we go, problem number one, startup capital. We know there is a significant state burden in terms of regulation, coordination, a lot of policy, which are not very attractive. We know as a country. Even though, given that out of 1.5 million who graduates, it's only 5% who can manage to get the employment, there is no way out. With agribusiness as a starting point, given climate change, a lot can be done. My question to him, and I think people here, is how do we really break this serious problem of a startup capital? Why? Because even most of our education, she talks very well. We produce what it does not consume in the markets. The demand by the industry, the employer, is opposite of what we are producing from universities. There's been a big concern from day one, let's turn around, not rely on the tertiary education university, but rather TVET, and yet that is not done. Most of the loan, most of support, we'll see in my data here, above 30% is only to universities, 1% to TVETs, and yet you expect these young guys can be entrepreneur. This is my main really concern, and I will appreciate if the panel and the presenter help that one, because if you go to Scandinavian countries, the situation is quite different. Somebody has dual level of education. In German, much as is going to the formal, but also is going to the TVET. At the end of the day, they are well prepared into labor markets. Here is quite opposite. Instead of taking 70% or 80% of our secondary into TVET, the 80% go to university. the frustration in universities, the skills and the education is very low. At the end of the day, significant skills gaps, like welding, significant skills mismatch. Someone graduates as a master, tell him to prepare even a PowerPoint, cannot. And that's a serious problem. So startup, entrepreneur, that's my.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and I think most of them are to Professor Espen. The first one is referring to that study you did to measure the welfare effect of the industrial park. And my issue is on the definition of the control group. Did you include those who do not have any job, the jobless, or people who have jobs outside the industrial parks? Because the interpretation will be different whether the treated group welfare effect is much higher than those who do not have jobs, and that will be different from whether the treated group have much higher or lower welfare impact than those who have jobs outside the industrial parks. So you can clarify on that. My second question is on the this issue of finance. When I look at the most recent studies on access to finance for the past 10 years, and most of them are randomized control treatment studies, you find that access to finance is not the only story. So another biggest challenge is the management of the liquidity. So once these people get money, they struggle, for instance, to separate between personal finances and business finances. So, and most of the recommendations coming out of this randomized control treatment study is to combine access to finance with technical assistance in terms of improving business operations and processes, and also the issue of management. So access to finance itself is not the only story. You have other issues which needs equal treatment if you want access to finance to have an impact on startups, on graduation of the businesses from small business to medium to higher businesses. I have several questions, but let me pose the last one. There's this big dilemma on the production function, the choice of production function in developing world. You find a set of policy recommendations, and one of them you have mentioned in your PowerPoint, that capital-intensive sector is less beneficial to labor. So the policy advice is what? Is we need labor-intensive sector, which basically absorbs most of the labor. But the other side of the story is the policy issues that we need to raise productivity, and without advanced technology, it's very difficult to raise productivity. And we advise that the issue of productivity, the issue of penetrating export markets, you can't do that without incorporating advanced technology. So the issue of capital-intensive production function is also relevant. So there is a dilemma which one to choose, or which type of mix developing countries need in order to advance the manufacturing sector that will solve the unemployment challenge, at the same time will allow our manufacturing products to be competitive in the hypermarket, in the export markets outside the region, and also within the East Africa and Africa region. Thank you.
And one last question for this round.
Okay, thank you very much. The facilitator actually enjoyed the discussion that was ongoing, and unfortunately I came a bit late when Espen was presenting, but I think the issues that have been raised shows that the presentation was very interesting. I am trying to react on the panel. The first issue that was raised by Professor Mihio about the production of labor force that doesn't match with the number of labor available, job in the market. I think we need also to look into how can we benefit from the labor force itself if it's growing. If you look into the Celtic Tiger of 1990s, which actually made the Irish Ireland to be one of the biggest economies of the world, was the result of baby boom of the 1970s, which then that baby transformed into labor force into 1990s, and actually they transformed the economy for Ireland, it became very strong. So what need to be done now to see that this is a blessing rather than to see it as a curse? I think it's something that we need to look into, rather than always thinking that we are producing more babies than we can handle and then leave all the things as they are. The second issue was raised by Jones about trying to encourage young people to own enterprise, and then citing these people like Mengi, Mufuruki, Bakresas, who started by filling the ink and then ended up to be big traders. I think those are the good stories they give when they are in the panel. They will not tell you about the bad things they do, like corruption, like evading taxes, which actually contributed significantly to their wealth than feeding the ink into. So I think it's important to advise the young men within the context of all these things, rather than blaming that they can't get because they are just they are failing to fill the ink into them. Yeah, I think those are things you have to look into. But also look into the whole issue of unemployment. I think the tendency has been to blame youth, that you are not employable, you are lazy, choosing jobs, you want quick win, get money within 2 days of employment. I think that's not the whole story. Look into, I mean, if you look at the CAG report today, and they see what enterprises and the parastatals that are incurring losses, they are very many, and actually they are managed by very senior people. But I would be happy to see the shrinking of these enterprises going hand in hand with shrinking of their wealth. But when you look at the personal wealth, they become wealth, but the enterprise they are leading are actually shrinking. So if you look into this and then you think you can encourage young men to get employment, I think it's a very big challenge, because actually the source of employment is actually affected by the behavior of the youth, the elders, not necessarily the youth. So I think these are the things we have to look again when we are blaming the youth for not employing. And then all issues of, I mean, there are issues here. I think time is not on my side, but I think I have a lot of issues to raise.
Time for response. Would you like to respond, Espen?
Yes, and my first response to the welfare effects of jobs in the industrial parks, it kind of resonates with what you said now. So in our study we have the same type of workers. So these were applicants that were interested in having a job at the factories and showed up to apply for a job. Then there were not enough jobs, so we, in the collaboration with the factories, were able to have a lottery so that some of those who applied and were eligible for a job would get a job. So then we have a treatment and control group that are similar along the main characteristics. It's very interesting that a very large share of those who applied for the jobs actually quit within the first year. And many of those who quit, so we had a follow-up survey of those who quit to ask why they quit. And actually 25% of them withdrew from the labor market totally. So this goes back to the discussion about so what do the people want? So these are I showed you, these are not very good jobs when it comes to the work environment, and the pay is low. And so then people have to find out if this is something for them. And many of these working women found out that this is not something, these are not acceptable standards for them to be working. And that goes with, I guess, the youth in Tanzania also. So if the jobs are not good enough, they will not take them. But there are, like in Ethiopia, there are plenty of people who would like to take these jobs. So what happened is that other women came and took the job, so there were never any problems to have enough workers for the factories. So because in Ethiopia the poverty is so high and the needs are so high, people choose to take these jobs, even if, like one of my colleagues named them, shitty jobs. So I think that is important to keep in mind. And then there are two sides of this. So one is the regulations to ensure that at least the minimum standard of work environment is maintained. And then I think also the point of having unions that try to raise wages is also important mechanism. Then it's so the small and medium enterprise sector. Management of liquidity, yes. So we have a lot of studies focusing on the micro and small enterprise sector, and one of the findings is that there is poor economic management in many of these enterprises. So people do mix up personal finance with the business finance, and the result is you don't know if the degree to which your business is profitable if you mix it up, and you can't tell what is a personal cost and what is expense for the business. But this sort of this strengthens my point that it's really not the case that everybody running a micro and small enterprise is an entrepreneur. If you're a true entrepreneur, you do know the profitability of your company. Again, this is just my view, and I don't have any solid research evidence on this issue. Then it's the production function and separating between the capital-intensive sector and the labor-intensive sector. So I think it's so with the natural resource wealth that a country can extract. I think it's obvious that one should go in that direction and extract as much as one can. So coming from Norway, this is what we do. Of course, with greenhouse gas emissions and everything, we are not very open about that, but that is what we are doing. And I think that is also what Tanzania should be doing, exploiting the natural resources and get the inflow of the capital into the economy. But that does not mean that you should not be focusing on the labor-intensive sector. On the contrary, so you can have jobless growth, you can have a lot of income from gold mining and from natural gas extraction, and you can have high growth, but it does not mean that this will create a lot of employment for those who need the employment. So going back to the whole discussion. Thank you.
For the panelists, just a quick response to the questions raised before we go for the second round of questioning.
Thanks very much. I would like to start by correcting if I made a mistake by saying that we have more children and we can't cater for them as such. That was not intended. What I meant was we should produce more children. We need them. But as we produce children, we must not produce them for unemployment. We must prepare institutions. Number one, build more schools. Train very good teachers to equip those children in schools to become employable. Open more technical schools which impart skills which are relevant to the economy. And also make sure that the education system prepares children to view the world from a broader perspective. So I am not saying we should not produce children, but as we produce more children, we should know and prepare them for a world of work. The second comment, if you allow me, is about this startup business. Number one, I have very strong views, which I think some of you share. I don't believe that everybody who wants to start a business should get automatically some support. Because as the keynote speaker said, not everybody can be an entrepreneur. For me, I always look at the amounts of money which are given, especially by the government, by local authorities, to these groups, special groups. They are just politicized. It is politicization of support to enterprises, and there is no intent. It's a question of intent. If the government intended, our government especially, if it intended to support business, it would start by supporting the private sector, which is already existing, and make sure it supports the growth of other sectors. But these funds are just given as welfare, not investment into enterprise development. And if I were given a power to decide how this money should be used, I would look for already young people or women who are succeeding, enter into contracts with them that if they worked with 500 other young people or other women or other people with disabilities, I would give them a subsidy of that amount of money, and that is on a contractual basis, and the money would increase as the results come. But just dishing out money because you want popularity, it's a populist and productive approach to enterprise development. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. I think I had one question, but I'll track something. One is, we have examples of people whom you can say have developed from a macro level to large levels. Yes, we have challenges in this country, and we have challenges most of African countries. The other day I was in Nairobi, and the discussion was almost the same. The question was, can micro entrepreneurs move up? And then those up would say, well, fine, most of these are tax evaders. They are corrupt, they are everything. But then we have challenges in Africa. We have corrupt people who do not keep money here. So in all cases, we have challenges. What I feel is our tax system, our tax structure. Fortunately, I was one amongst the first people in this country to study taxation in 1978. Comparing Tanzania's tax structure with others, sometimes you get amazed, why are we there? Theoretically, we are supposed to be progressive, isn't it? But progression doesn't mean that you charge a person 30% of his net income. We need to lower that, because you cannot talk about SMEs which cannot basically avoid tax. That's a major challenge. They don't have the techniques of avoiding tax, and therefore they will, as they grow, evade tax. And I agree with the professor that definitely that is a major challenge. And tax evasion is well, I think it's not only tax evasion, that could be a little bit better. Tax evasion is a great menace in the countries. Why? Because of our tax regime. So I agree with his remarks, but I wish to say that what other countries have done is to try and waive taxes to SMEs, provide subsidies, and do all of those things so that the SMEs can grow. What we are doing is trying and stifle them. Yes, these people are not entrepreneurs. We agree with them. They are business operators. And my good friend here was telling me, being knowledgeable, being a business operator does not mean you are sincerely speaking an entrepreneur. But despite that, we needed to agree that we needed to have a set of policies that will allow these people to move forward, and then look at it from a macro and fiscal point of view. Because fiscally, Chair, we are in a dire need to revamp our tax structure. I am in the cooperative system. Look at savings and credit cooperatives, and my good friend Espen discussed about them. How do you tax them at 30%? In the US, the SACCOs or the credit unions are not taxed. In Kenya, they are not taxed. In Tanzania, they are taxed. You say, why do you tax them? A person out there says you, and remember he's a minister. This is what the law says. So what others are doing and which are fostering some institutions is not there. And so somewhere we need to tackle the tax area very much. Now, on the second issue is on how can we raise, how can we have funding for the startups. Now, if you read the policies, they are saying something about it, but we have not reached what I call the policy actions. And the policy actions is to do what the Indians have done, is to do what the Indonesians have done. They have created a fund for that purpose. And I know the professor will always agree with me. If you go to India, they have that bank of reconstruction and whatever. that captures those kind of issues. It supports even the microfinance institutions, so that if you, and guarantees their loans, so that if you give a loan to Dr. Jamal here to start a business and he doesn't pay, there is a fallback. So somewhere we needed to have a policy of that nature. At the moment, we don't have it. But, and then that is one. And two, we have that funny thing that we call 5% to the entrepreneurs is 10% that we set aside at the local level, at the district level. Remember, that amount is so small compared to the number of entrepreneurs, which means it doesn't make sense at the end of the day, because it doesn't reach the mass that you need to enable them to turn into better business operators. Now we could have it. In terms of skills and unskilled, I have a paper on that, and we shall be discussing it tomorrow. The labor laws do not encourage that. We don't have a policy to encourage employers to do that. What they do is simple capacity building. There is no reskilling, there is no nursing. But remember, the key is we have new technology now, and I didn't discuss it, but we have new technology. We have artificial intelligence. We have something which is coming, generative artificial intelligence, which does analysis. Which means at the end of the day, unless we prepare our people to that effect, we can't. We have universities that do not have any contractual obligations with the industry. And you remember, I did my master's at University of Salaam, and those days it was necessary that you go and collect data from an industry for some time. But nowadays it is not. And then we have mushrooming universities everywhere, and everybody is doing the same. So at the end of the day, even good quality university graduate is not known, and bad quality university graduate is not known. And because all of them are not competence-based, we are still, even the Bologna aspect of curricular development is not undertaken by our universities, because the Bologna process requires that the universities should encompass competence and them. I have examples here of Germany because I was there for that purpose. But we needed to focus on what we can do, apart from these other sectoral issues and whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just simply call attention to the room. I'll be really quick with what I'm about to say. It might be radical or provocative, but that's the whole point of having a youth in the panel. You know, as we discuss, as we keep on bringing up the question and the response, I just put a reminder. Nowadays, young people are getting money online. Not legally by doing skilled work online, but there are sites where you can post your toes. And if they look pretty enough, someone buys the picture and wires you $100. Are we aware? Because as we speak of job creation, does that fall under the category? There are sites. That's why I'm saying I'm putting it out there. I'm being as provocative as I can be. The OnlyFans, if you've heard of OnlyFans, yeah, there's something called OnlyFans. If you don't know, you can Google about it. People go to that site and they earn $900 per day. So do we categorize that as jobs? Because when we talk of jobs, it means something that pays. If you Google or if you use an Oxford dictionary, something that earns money. So I'm provocating out there. Thank you.
I'll also be quick. There was an interesting study that went together with the labor market assessment, and it was on youth segmentation last year. We've been talking about youth and putting them into one basket, but youth are not homogeneous. And so the segmentation analysis came up with 3 segments of youth. The first segment is called optimistic go-getters. It's 34% of the Tanzanian youth. This knows what they want, they have a dream, they have an aspiration, they know what it takes to get there. And they are aggressive toward getting what they want. So the optimistic go-getters just need the enabling environment to get them where they want to be. The second category, which is the majority of young people in Tanzania, 45%, they are called unsure wannabe entrepreneurs. They are not sure if they wanna be entrepreneurs. They want to be entrepreneurs because they feel the skill set they have is not employable. I'm not competent enough for a job, so what is left of me is being an entrepreneur. And I'm not even sure if I really want to be an entrepreneur, but that's the only option I see in front of me. So that's the majority of young people. They don't know what it takes to be entrepreneurs. They don't know what it takes for them to be a job. If they were offered the job, they would bury the dream of being entrepreneurs, but they don't see that happening. And then we have 21% of young people who are passive life starters. They have no idea of what will come of them. They expect their parents to decide for them what they have to do. If they tell them go and learn to be a driver, they will become a driver of a boda boda. Whatever the parent, guardian, friends, peer says is what they'll go for. They are young, they have no mentors, they have no coach, they have no aspiration, they're just there. So when we talk about young people and choosing job, don't treat them as homogeneous. They fall into different categories, and their needs, policy needs, support are different. If we think of making the most of their labor, their energy and whatever, we need to think based on the categories they fall into. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doris. For the last round of questions. Okay. I'll be dictatorial and bring this session to a close because we have greatly overrun the session. Thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen from the crowd.
I think afterwards, this is a very interesting topic. And I believe that people have questions. Just jot down your question. You can raise it afterwards. We'll have 3 presentations. My apologies if I will have to dock some time off the presentation in order to make time, but this will also allow more discussions afterwards. So right now, as we allow our panel to return to their seats, a round of applause for the panel. Thank you very much. We will have a presentation now from Tigabu Getahon from Policy Studies Institute.
Into better business operators. Now we could have it. In terms of skills and unskilled, I have a paper on that, and we shall be discussing it tomorrow. The labor laws do not encourage that. We don't have a policy to encourage employers to do that. What they do is simple capacity building. There is no reskilling, there is no nursing. But remember, the key is we have new technology now, and I didn't discuss it, but we have new technology. We have artificial intelligence. We have something which is coming, generative artificial intelligence, which does analysis. Which means at the end of the day, unless we prepare our people to that effect, we can't. We have universities that do not have any contractual obligations with the industry. And you remember I did my master's at University of Salaam, and those days it was necessary that you go and collect data from an industry for some time. But nowadays it is not. And then we have mushrooming universities everywhere, and everybody is doing the same. So at the end of the day, even good quality university graduate is not known, and bad quality university graduate is not known. And because all of them are not competence-based, we are still, even the Bologna aspect of curricular development is not undertaken by our universities. Because the Bologna process requires that the universities should encompass competence and them. I have examples here of Germany because I was there for that purpose. But we needed to focus on what we can do, apart from these other mad sector issues and whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just simply call attention to the room I'll be really quick with what I'm about to say. It might be radical or provocative, but that's the whole point of having a youth in the panel. You know, as we discuss, as we keep on bringing up the question and the response, I just put a reminder. Nowadays, young people are getting money online. Not legally by doing skilled work online, but there are sites where you can post your toes. And if they look pretty enough, someone buys the picture and wires you $100. Are we aware? Because as we speak of job creation, does that fall under the category? There are sites. That's why I'm saying I'm putting it out there. I'm being as provocative as I can be. The OnlyFans, if you've heard of OnlyFans, yeah, there's something called OnlyFans. If you don't know, you can Google about it. People go to that site and they earn $900 per day. So do we categorize that as jobs? Because when we talk of jobs, it means something that pays. If you Google or if you use an Oxford dictionary, something that earns money. So I'm provocating out there. Thank you.
I'll also be quick. There was an interesting study that went together with the labor market assessment, and it was on youth segmentation last year. We've been talking about youth and putting them into one basket, but youth are not homogeneous. And so the segmentation analysis came up with 3 segments of youth. The first segment is called optimistic go-getters. It's 34% of the Tanzanian youth. This knows what they want, they have a dream, they have an aspiration, they know what it takes to get there. And they are aggressive toward getting what they want. So the optimistic go-getters just need the enabling environment to get them where they want to be. The second category, which is the majority of young people in Tanzania, 45%, they are called unsure wannabe entrepreneurs. They are not sure if they want to be entrepreneurs. They want to be entrepreneurs because they feel the skills that they have is not employable. I'm not competent enough for a job, so what is left of me is being an entrepreneur. And I'm not even sure if I really want to be an entrepreneur, but that's the only option I see in front of me. So that's the majority of young people. They don't know what it takes to be entrepreneurs. They don't know what it takes for them to be a job. If they were offered the job, they would bury the dream of being entrepreneurs, but they don't see that happening. And then we have 21% of young people who are passive life starters. They have no idea of what will come of them. They expect their parents to decide for them what they have to do. If they tell them go and learn to be a driver, they will become a driver of a boda boda. Whatever the parent, guardian, friends, peer says is what they will go for. They are young. They have no mentors. They have no coach. They have no aspiration. They're just there. So when we talk about young people and choosing job, don't treat them as homogeneous. They fall into different categories, and their needs, policy needs, support are different. If we think of making the most of their labor, their energy and whatever, we need to think based on the categories they fall into. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doris. For the last round of questions. Okay. I'll be dictatorial and bring this session to a close because we have greatly overrun the session. Thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen from the crowd.
I think afterwards, this is a very interesting topic. And I believe that people have questions. Just jot down your question. You can raise it afterwards. We'll have 3 presentations. My apologies if I will have to dock some time off the presentation in order to make time, but this will also allow more discussions afterwards. So right now, as we allow our panel to return to their seats, a round of applause for the panel. Thank you very much. We will have a presentation now from Tigabu Getahon from Policy Studies Institute.
So it's about the three major dimensions of jobs. I think most of the presentation before focus on one dimension of jobs. The politicians usually focus on the quantity dimension of the jobs and sometimes on the decent work part without fully addressing it. So whenever we talk about Africa's problem of jobs, then we need to address the three dimensions of the jobs: the quality of jobs, the quantity of jobs, and the inclusiveness of jobs. So let me start with the quantity, the number of jobs created. The politicians always says, I don't know how it changes every time. Okay, anyways, the quantity of jobs, so the number of jobs created in different sectors. So I was also listening from the panelists, this amount of jobs are created, even your commissioner was mentioning the number of jobs created in the country, but how do they count it? Do they count all the low quality jobs, underemployment, and things like that? So it's a bit tricky when you talk about the number of jobs. But anyways, for Africa, the quantity of jobs, the number of jobs created is a big problem. Let me talk first about this number of jobs. So unemployment rate is very high in Africa, but if you count also those who are not actively searching for a job, the problem will be more severe. That means the jobless issue is a more severe, a more pressing problem than the unemployment. Because whenever we talk about unemployment rate, then we undermine the problem. Because in the unemployment rate, we calculated only the number of people who searches for jobs, but nowadays people get discouraged. They lose aspiration, and they are not counted in the number of unemployed. So we need to also focus on the jobless. So jobless is unemployment is just a subset of joblessness. So not only in Africa, but in Ethiopia, but also in Africa, the population size is increasing. Then with the Spain already explains this, there is a picture also here that shows the growth in the labor force. The labor force growth rate is increasing, the number of graduates is increasing, but the number of available jobs are not comparable as compared with the growth. So whenever we compare the labor force growth rate vis-a-vis the number of jobs created, the two are uncomparable. Then the problem gets worse and worse. And then there is also, people were also talking about skill mismatches. Actually, the universities, the technical, vocational, and the general education system in Africa, in most of Africa, including my country, they are just adapting the curriculum from the developed country, but the jobs are not available that fits that skills. So they need to revise their education curriculum. Education is just creating now unemployment actually. Education was just for generating employment, but nowadays it also starts to induce unemployment. This structural unemployment happens because whenever they have the BA degree, they don't want to work for low-skilled jobs. So because of that, education itself, in most of African countries, rather than just reducing unemployment rate, it also induces unemployment because they don't want to go for low-skilled jobs after having BA degree. But unfortunately, the education they get is not compatible with the industry requirements. So education creates also unemployment. Then the first challenge is the number of jobs created are much lower than the number of jobs demanded. Then the labor supply is much higher than the labor demand. The second aspect is, of course, the more severe aspect that induces most Africans to migrate to the West is the quality of the jobs. Whenever we talk about quality of jobs, we need to consider at least two main dimensions. The first main dimension is the wage, the remuneration that they give from the job. Why many people start to abandon agriculture? Because even if agriculture employs them, well, when you say 78% are employed, some percent are employed, most of them are employed in agriculture. But agriculture provides only low quality, they could provide low quality improvement if agriculture productivity is low. So the productivity of agriculture really matters. What types of agriculture? Is it smallholding agriculture or a kind of commercial agriculture? Then people just in my own country, they were focusing on agriculture development-led industrialization, but that didn't happen. Then the government shifted just after experimenting it 20, 25 years. Now they're shifting toward this the balanced growth model, where they give more equal attention for at least the manufacturing sector that has strong backward and forward linkage with the agriculture, mostly the light manufacturing sector. And the distinct feature, we need to consider also the distinct features of the African markets. The African market, labor market, is completely different from the developed countries' labor market. Informality, most of the jobs are in the informal sector. So in that case, well, that, whether that is counted in the unemployment rate, anyways, the informal sector, the quality of the jobs could be bad. The workers could be mistreated, not in terms of the monetary benefits, but also in other benefits, the non-monetary benefits, their health status. They could endanger themselves while they are engaged in the informal sector. The safety issue, the health issue, their humanity, and the type of terms, arrangements is really bad. So the working condition, so the working underemployment is very common. That means they are not fully employed, even if they are paid. For example, in the agricultural sector, agriculture is very seasonal, so they are unemployed, but they counted as employed. The productivity of labor is very low, not only in the agricultural sector, but also in the other sectors. That means people are paid their marginal value. So Spain was mentioning in Ethiopia, for example, the wage rate is 1/10 of the Chinese wage rate. But what about the productivity? The Chinese, initially they were saying in Ethiopia there is abundant and cheap labor. Also the foreign direct, all the foreign direct investment pupils. But later they say no, wage is expensive because they are, as compared with their productivity, we are even paying higher. The soft skills are missed. The workers, they don't have an incentive to work because they are getting paid a lower salary. But at the same time, the foreign direct investors, they are expecting the workers to be a hard worker with a small amount of payment. So their productivity, there is a vicious circle between their productivity and wage. They pay the lower wage, then they get the lower return. The working condition is really very bad, so it's very typical working poverty. That means someone who is engaged, who has jobs, are still in poverty trap. The labor turnover is very high in the manufacturing sector, and they don't want also to spend. The private sector, the manufacturers, the companies, the foreign direct investments, the multinational companies, the domestic companies, even the larger ones are not interested to invest on management, to invest on the worker, because they know that labor poaching will be higher. Once they get skilled, someone else will poach them. So the turnover rate is really very high. There was a program, we were doing some research, and we are providing some subsidies, some subsidies. That means if they send training, then we cover 50% of the training. And later, for the other group, we started to provide the training for free. But they were not sending the workers. Whenever we invited them, the owners will come. But most of the owners, they were not well educated, actually. So labor turnover is also very high. Then all this, considering the different dimensions, the quality of the poor quality of labor is even a more pressing issue than the quantity. The third problem is the inclusiveness of the job. Most of the jobs, they may exclude the woman and the can you adjust this one, please? I don't think it is readable. The tables will not be readable. Even this one is better than this one. It works. So, so inclusiveness. Then gender gap is also a severe problem in Africa. Most of the jobs are for men. Nowadays, the government gives more emphasis for this, but still, even if you count it in terms of employment, yes, more women could get employment, especially in the light manufacturing sector. But the thing is, They do get similar salaries, they do get similar fringe benefits. Is the quality of the job for them the same as compared with the men? Do they be entitled with fringe benefits? For example, whenever they provide house allowance or other meal allowance and meal subsidies, sometimes they construct houses for the workers, for example, in the Ethiopian Industrial Park. But do they have equal access to have that house? Our data, our analysis doesn't show that, but this is also the same for many of the African countries. I was just trying to assess recent studies. So the labor market, the gap in the labor market, that means between men and women remains high, and it never converges. It never slows down, even if the most of the jobs are offered for the women also, but still, in terms of benefit, they are not getting as equal benefit as the man. They didn't get their return. So I mean, in sub-Saharan Africa or in Ethiopia, increasing in Ethiopia. So creating more, better, and inclusive jobs becomes the goal of the 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development. But the issue is, how is it possible to achieve this goal? How is it possible to create a better, more, and inclusive job? So different countries actually devise different strategy. In Ethiopia, for example, the focus was on in early, then agriculture-led industrialization. But now, starting from 10 years ago, they shift to balanced growth, giving more emphasis, equal emphasis also for the light manufacturing sector. And there is also this recently, actually, after the new prime minister comes to power, they started to show homegrown economic reform by focusing on light manufacturing. Then, someone was talking about why only on labor-intensive light manufacturing. What about capital-intensive light manufacturing? The thing is, if the industry is capital-intensive, then they can run by themselves. The government do not provide strong incentive for such industries, because their objective is to create employment. They could have different objectives, but the other manufacturing sectors, the capital-intensive ones can do, and they are integrating them to the global value chain for indirect industrial park development that Spain explains. The technology gatekeepers providing incentives, selective incentives. Resources are scarce. They cannot provide for everyone. So the government provides some incentives only for technology gatekeepers, for those who can import technology, for the gazelles, the dynamic entrepreneurs, not for the necessity entrepreneurs. Then the government also identifies some priority sector, the textile sector, the laser sector, the agro-processing sector. Since Spain will gonna present our work on the textile sector, I will focus only on the leather sector. And we have also various programs. The government and its development partners, they focus on creating jobs. So it emphasizes actually on two dimensions of job creation. One is entrepreneurship, and the other is employability, then developing the skills. So of course, to achieve this entrepreneurship and employability, to develop the skills, then most of the interventions have two components. One is just provision of loan. For example, Spain was mentioning about Wade Up, if we intervention for women, innovative intervention for the women. They provide some working capital, and there is also an intervention that provides this financing. That means they will buy the machine and they give it to them, and the machine itself will serve as a collateral, this innovative collateral. And there is also working capital loans, but they are not providing these loans without training. They provide training first, financial training, business training, entrepreneurial training, and how to navigate the working environment. These trainings are all not traditional trainings. Nowadays, people start to understand these business owners, especially the existing businesses, they are not interested on traditional classroom-based training. Then they shift to learning, for example, online learning, short form-based training every early morning, every day. Then provided, so the combination of the two, they are just trying to minimize the skill. So our research question actually includes 5 major research questions. Then what types of firms, manufacturing firms, are creating more inclusive indirect investment with domestic investment? People are saying the government is providing of incentives to attract foreign direct investors, but whenever you are looking at the quality of jobs, in terms of more jobs, because their size is really high, they create more jobs. But if you look at the quality of jobs, they are not paying a better salary as compared with the small micro entrepreneurs or for domestic enterprises. The large factories compared with the small factories, of course, they create more jobs, but in terms of the quality of jobs, again, they are not creating a better jobs. The different sectors actually create different qualities of jobs. Like, for example, Espen was talking about the flour job and the textile job. It was a kind of distress sale of labor. But the leisure sector, as compared with the other sector, they are creating a better quality because they are also globally, they are part of the global value chain. There is a requirement about working conditions, things like that. So the sector also matters, and the type of industry also matters. Whether is it gazelle, like as Spen says, this dynamic gazelle means growth-oriented enterprise, vis-a-vis the necessity enterprises, these profit-oriented enterprises. The profit-oriented enterprise, they don't want to invest on quality of jobs, rather they focus on making their own profit. But the dynamics, the growth-oriented, they focus on productivity and then they create more jobs. Then in study we also assess the trade-off between quality of jobs and quantity of jobs. I mean, to create a better quality of jobs, do the firms expect to invest more? Then we also compare the relationship between different qualities of job indicators, especially the wage indicator. And we assess the gender gap, whether these factors are paying comparable salaries, basic salaries, fringe benefits, total incomes, and in terms of job quality, if there is also a gap in terms of gender. The last one, the funny one, usually when you say the manufacturing sector creates 7% of jobs. Really? Is it not a displacement from the other sector? If people are just abandoning agriculture and joining the manufacturing sector, this is not an additional job. It's just a job substitution. Then we need to count. In our survey, we're checking whether those who are engaging in the manufacturing sector were employed by other sectors initially. So if it is only a labor reallocation, then we cannot count it as additional jobs created. But in my country, they always say, okay, every year we created 3 additional million jobs. No, they were just shifting from one sector to the other sector. They were not new jobs. Then we need to analyze the substitution effect. We did, and we see that especially the substitution effect for the male was higher. For the female, most of them were unemployed. So when the job is created for the female, it's really, at least in terms of number, it's a good contribution. But in terms of quality, again, it's bad. You'll see the presentation from SWIM at the end. The textile sector, this is mainly foreign on the textile sectors. Then the quality of the job was bad. Anyways, then induce. What types of inputs are using for the production, this manufacturing sector? Because those who advertise the manufacturing sector, the light manufacturing sector, they get lots of important services from the government. But they are still using the not domestically produced inputs, rather they import the inputs. That means they are not creating an indirect job. If the manufacturing sector is using the locally produced inputs, then an indirect job is created. When the manufacturing sector expands, an indirect job is created. Then we need to assess also the induced effect, the import to export elasticities, or the percentage of imported goods they use in the. And we are also assessing kind of multiplier effects, because whenever there is a manufacturing sector around that area, starts as a business, so there could be some multiplier effects. Then we assess this one, but I'll make it short. I'll not go through the others. For our sample, this was a kind of pilot study. Then we have a panel data of firms, laser firms and agro-processing firms. We have a small number of laser firms actually. Most of them are agro-processing. Then we include all the large and medium ones because they are small in number. And then we collected a random sample of micro and small firms located in 6 major towns. Then from about 17 of the firms, we also randomly select workers to match, to intermarry the data between workers and firms, because whenever you assess the quality of jobs, the information that we collected from the firm will be completely different from the information that we collect from the workers. The workers could say the working condition is terrible, but the firms could say the working condition is really good. Whenever you ask the firms, they say there is a worker union, but the firms, they say no, they will not allow us, rather they take us some reason. But we started with 460 at the baseline, but we lose about 60 of them because there was a 3 years gap, and the attrition was about 32 of the smaller, usually the small and micro firms were closed. 20 firms changed their location, then we were not able to track them. Then we use different indicators for job quantity to assess job quantity. Then and we do the estimation also, the descriptive, and we apply also econometrics to identify what determines really job quantity. What types of firms creates more jobs? Foreign-owned firms, large firms, firms operating in the industrial park, or firms that uses innovative approach, marketing approach. So for that one, we use different types of indicators. The total number of workers in the factory, because this is firm level analysis, manufacturing enterprise level analysis, and also we consider the net job effect. That means the amount of employees they hired in the last 12 years minus the amount they quit, the amount of workers quitted by themselves, the amount dismissed, and also the amount their contract is ended. So anyways, the total number of, because usually when factories report the total number of jobs they created the gross, the total amount they hired. But they fired some of them after 2 years, 3 years, and some of them quit. Then we net out that one, and we see also growth. We use 2 indicators for the growth, cumulative growth and annual growth, and also the number of expected jobs. That means we asked them how many workers do they plan to hire in the next 12 months, and we calculated the labor to capital intensity to use how the type of technology they use. And we also calculated the share of imported inputs, because that is to measure the indirect jobs, the prospect for indirect jobs. The job quality, we use 2 types of index. One, composite index, by just calculating an index constructed from 5 indicators of job quality, monetary and non-monetary. We also use the singular indicators, like for example wage or current salary, but we disaggregated all the analysis by their skill level, medium skill, lower skill, higher skill level, and the prospect for career development, whether the firm provides training. It could be in-house training, formal training, what types of training, technical training, soft skill training. We use that one. The occupation and safety health policy, whether they have grievance, dispute handling mechanism, the overtime rate, how much extra do they pay, and the working conditions. So we use all this to analyze the robustness of the result, but I'll give you only the labor productivity. We use value add per labor and total factor productivity. The gender gap, we measure gender gap in terms of difference in fringe benefits, earning, total income, and job satisfaction in other quality indicators. The net job effect, we measure substitution effect, we measure job induced effect, and we measure also indirect jobs effect. So our sample, most of our sample initially, in the survey year, in the baseline survey, 8% were micro, but about 29% of them informed us they started as micro. Then there is a growth in the firm. It was initially 29%, but during the survey year, only 8% were micro. That means the remaining firms are grow to small and medium level. And the number of large firms, they started, only 7% were started as a large firm, but during the survey period, about 24% of them were large. Then this clearly shows a good growth of firms over time. Whenever we look at we compare the youngest firms with the smaller firms with the youngest firms, the younger firms grows faster than the larger firms. So kind of descriptive analysis, because we started our question by what kinds of firms are creating a better job. Does foreign-owned firms created a more job? So the first is the average, the mean value for the foreign-owned firms for the different job quantity indicators. And the second one is the domestic-owned indicator. So in terms of creating jobs, more jobs, so the foreign firms contributes really a significant contribution, because they employ a higher number of workers. But in terms of, this is direct jobs, but if you consider its induced effect and indirect effect, it is lower, because the share of imported used is like 23% is, they use 23% of the imported inputs, while the domestic firm only 6% in their, out of the total amount of inputs they use for their production is only 6%. So in terms of indirect jobs, then the domestic firms contributes more. But in terms of the visible, the direct job creation, the foreign firms are creating more jobs. So if the attention is really to increase the number of jobs only, then the foreign firms is really important. But in terms of the quality of jobs, it's different actually. Whenever you consider, well, the wage and the non-wage. For the poor, what matters is the wage part, as compared to, they could tolerate if the working condition is terrible. They could tolerate, they don't mind if there is an occupation safety and health system in the factory. They do care for the wage. So whenever we compare the wage, the domestic firms, the foreign firms are not paying a better salary as compared with the domestic firms. Because from the very beginning they are there because they were told that labor is cheap. Then they need to change this because they receive lots of worker strike. And workers are firing the companies nowadays because they started to count it as a distress scale of labor. So quantity of jobs by sector, I think the laser sector is much better as compared with agro-processing sector. So the previous slides were descriptive statics. We also do econometric statics since we have different types of dependent variables. We use different types of econometric techniques. I'm not going to discuss the different types of econometric techniques because this team is a kind of interdisciplinary team. This is just to show that, so we estimate the determinant of job quantity, then the finding is here. I summarize the finding here. A number of factors affects job quantity. One is firm age. So firms who were in the factory, in the business for a long time, they learn some experience and starts to provide a better salary for their workers because they learn the consequence of paying low wages. And firms, as compared with industrial parks, firms in the industrial parks, they are not paying a better salary. Rather, they are paying a lower salary because, and these firms are mostly, they are foreign-owned firms, but whenever they are in the industry park, they get all the support from the government. They get protection from the government. And there is also a larger pool of supply. They have a labor pooling, a labor recruitment center, so they can easily get labor. So they pay a lower salary, but people since they provide permanent employment, then they prefer to stay there. Anyways, in terms of the monetary, the monthly payment, they are paying around one more workers in the last 2 months, create 70% higher total employment. In terms of job creation, they are contributing better, but in terms of payment, they are not. And size is also the same. Firm size is inversely related with the quality of the job, especially the wage. Yeah. And also job quality. Well, yeah. Again, the firms that stays longer in the business, they are not only paying a higher payment, they are creating a more conducive, they are also creating a more conducive environment and pays a higher salary as compared with firms that enters recently to the business because they learn some important implications. Firms located inside the industrial park pays around 7% lower salary. So the salary they are paid, the government is investing a lot, as Pien mentioned, a kind of $1 billion. So it was a lot investment, but in terms of creating more jobs, yes, the industry park helps us to create more jobs. But does it help them to skip, for example, from poverty? Is the money enough to meet their minimum food requirements, their basic requirement? No. Then the government needs to give attention for that. Exporting firms, they are also paying a lower salary as compared with the non-export firms. Salaries and firm size are also relatively related. This is when the smaller firms, their payment is usually piece rate payment based, productivity based payment. So the workers get a better salary. The problem is job security. The job is more secure in the large firms, in the domestically firms. Yeah. Then we were checking the correlation between the various quality indicators and the quantity of job indicators, and we didn't find any trade-off. Mostly it is a complementary. Firms that creates a good working condition, that pays a higher salary, are also more productive and more profitable. So these are just correlations. Then the firms, there is no trade-off in most of the cases. And we assess the gender gap using the mean Salaam question. That means just estimating salary as a function of experience, education, worker characteristics, firm characteristics. Then after controlling firm characteristics, worker characteristics, and location characteristics, we find this result. So these all are extracted from about 10 econometric estimation tables. Then the result shows there is a clear gender gap, especially in terms of fringe benefits, in terms of basic salary, and earning in primary males. So the women earn lower than the male, not only in terms of their salary, but also in terms of their fringe benefits. But in terms of just taking leaves and in terms of job satisfaction, then they are more satisfied. Even if they got a lower salary, even if they got a lower fringe benefits, then in terms of job satisfaction, well, this is also gender-based division of labor and patriarchal countries. And since the women are not making money before the expansion of these factories, they are still happy. Even if there is a gender gap, even if people could say the women are paid less, but if you ask them, whenever we ask them about the job satisfaction, the men are less satisfied than the women. Of course, the men has also more responsibilities in Ethiopia. They are considered to be the main breadwinner of the household. But in terms of other quality dimensions, considering also working condition, in their rating of the work condition, they are more comfortable. The women are more comfortable. They tolerate. So, but I'm not sure whether this is because of their distress. Experiential factors, also fatigue, monotonous, they are better off as compared to the men. The man is usually bored to do these low-skill routine jobs, but the women, they are fine with that. They are not just, and also organizational factors, whenever they do in different shifts, the women accept that. The men reject that one. They want only to work in the day shift. Then in most of the dimensions, in terms of monetary benefits, in terms of fringe benefits, in terms of the total earnings they get, there is still a gap. And the gap is higher not in terms of the wage, rather it is in terms of the fringe benefits. So to conclude, we found that, do I have time? Otherwise it will be just repeating it. Okay. So just to summarize the main findings. One is the large firms pay lower wages as compared with the smaller firms for low-skilled workers. Actually, I'm not talking about a high-skilled workers. For a high-skilled worker, the story is different. The larger firms pay a better salary, but usually the smaller firms, they use lower-skilled workers and medium-skilled workers. But for low-skilled workers, that is the majority of the workers are low-skilled workers. About 80% something in the manufacturing sector are low-skilled workers. So for the low-skilled workers, large firms pay a lower wage than the smaller firms. But in terms of non-wage quality of jobs, the larger firms are better, at least because they need to meet the labor law. They are forced to meet the labor law. So in terms of the non-wage dimension of quality of jobs, the larger firms, the foreign-owned firms, the firms in the industrial park are creating a better quality of job. But in terms of the most important dimension of the quality of jobs, that's wage rate, the smaller firms are better, and the domestic-owned firms are better than the other one. In terms of employment growth, the smaller firms grow at a faster rate than the larger firms, but the convergence is not there. They cannot catch up. They didn't catch up. So the result shows there is no clear trade-off between job quantity and job quality. That means the government should focus and should also encourage the large firms to invest more on quality of jobs, because usually the politicians are afraid to invest on quality of jobs, to encourage these foreign direct investors actually to pay higher salary and to meet some of the working conditions. But the result shows there is no trade-off. Rather, most of them are complementary. Yeah, the gap, there is women earn 40% less than men with the same set of skill, with the same age. And in terms of fringe benefit also it's lower. But in terms of job satisfaction, the women are more happy than the men with the same working condition. The substitution versus new jobs, there is a huge substitution effect. There is also job loss, not additional jobs. All the jobs created in the manufacturing sector are not additional jobs. There is also a job loss. And most of the, especially the larger ones, the foreign-owned ones, the export-orienting factories are using a larger share of inputs from abroad, then the number of jobs they created, the indirect jobs is small. So this attention should be given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tigabu, for your presentation. We'll have the other two presentations, and then we'll see if time allows. We'll have the Q&A before lunch, or if time doesn't allow, we'll have the Q&A after lunch. So may I now invite Cornel Mlacha.
Okay, fine. I see some people, they are too hungry. I will summarize to make sure that I talk just those issues which are much policy implications on this one. Our concern on my presentation is labor, education, and labor market earning inequalities. As we know that most of nowadays is one part of sustainable development goals, we are concerned with the decent work and the economic growth. But most countries, they have attained much economic growth, but still there are some people who are left behind. That's what we are saying that they are missing in terms of inclusive growth. Consequently, based on that one, we find that most of countries, they use the education, and they are clearly informed in the policy that in most literature that education could lead to improve or transform the economy, especially economic transformation. And by raising those who are left behind to make sure that they are coping with the economic growth of the countries. Based on that one, we also found that evidence that once people they have well equipped, well educated, they can reduce poverty. Also, they can address the inequalities which are existing in the labor market, but also promoting the standard of living. That is the fact which we are knowing from the literatures, also from the theories which tell us that one. And based on this fact, most of countries, including our own country, Tanzania, has promoted various policies, education policies, to make sure that they are inclusive, they are raising education of the peoples, but reducing inequalities and also promote economic growth. One of them, we have adopted primary education development plan, secondary education development plan, but currently we are also having free, we are saying fee-free primary education. Also it is extended up to the secondary education. All was necessary a policy to make sure that we are attaining the inclusive growth. But combination of various policies which has been implemented up to now, the issues has been now to raise whether these policies, how we are addressing education, how it is being implemented, does it reducing inequality which is existing in the market, and market which we are saying that the labor market earning which we are saying here in terms of wages could be improved, it means totally inequality in the economy could be reduced. That's why we need to promote much the education now. We need to address whether education policies which much have been implemented have tried to reduce this gap which exists in between inequalities which exist in the market or in the economy as a whole. But as we can say that's why we are saying the critical question now became, can education reduce earning or raises inequality, any inequality in the labor market? That is the questions which we wanted to address in this study which we have done so far. But we used various techniques. One of them we say that we used the causality test, which we estimated using quantile regression earning, which we estimate along the dimension of earning quantile, where we look either low-skilled individuals and high-skilled individuals. The same person may have been the same level of education, but there may be variation in earning, and looking whether education will reduce this variation earning within the same individual of level of education. That is what have been addressed in these studies. And explore, as I said, that most studies, that's few studies which exactly done this in Tanzania. But this could inform also the government whether should we continue expanding more enrollment, or could we much expand it to attain more education at higher levels, or could we focus at this level secondary and primary education to improve quality and other items, so that we improve, we reduce inequality which exists in the market. But also we are talking also the TVET somehow of training and vocational education, whether does it improve current situation, does it improve, reduce inequality which exists in the labor market? That is what have been addressed so far. And the theories support this. I'll just quick those one, but there's various theories which is clearly demonstrated that once you improve education, once people they are well educated, they can reduce inequality and they can raise productivity in an economy. But take note that of well educated person in the society. That's why if they have acquired skills and training which is necessary for them to raise their productivity, will rather. And various studies, I just jump those one because of the time, but my methodology also said, as I told you at the beginning, we use quantile regression technique, which take account the variation along the decile of any distributions. And the data, we use the integrated labor force surveys, which is common captured by National Bureau of Statistics, which is NBS. And the sample size is, we use the sample size of 11, 7 to 24. That's what is used, but estimation technique, that's what you already said on that one. Now, what exactly is the find? I don't think it is clearly shown, but I have also summarized somewhere in the slide where I say that what actually we found that in our studies, the more people educated, the more they are earning in terms of the labor market. That is the first thing which you observe, that the people with tertiary educations, with higher level of education, they are earning much more in the labor market compared to those people who are less educated. And that is also what is already in the theories. But another thing which we observed in the labor market, those peoples who are in union, for example, they are also earning higher compared to those people who are out of the union of the labor market. But in terms of sectors of employment, we observe that people who are self-employed with employees earn somehow higher compared to people who are in other categories of employment. That means there are some people who are self-employed but without employee, but there are some people who are employed in public sectors, but those other people who are employed in private sector. But when we compare those all categories, we find those who are self-employed but with employee, they are earning somehow better compared to other group or type of peoples in employment. That is what we have. But the critical question now, what brought us to use quantile regression? What tell us along the decile of any, along the distribution of any? What we found that there is variation. As people move from one decile of any to another decile, the return to education also increases. That means that there is a diversity between skills, between low ability individual and high ability individual in terms of any in the market. That means we can be having the same level of education, for example, completed the first degree of education, but there are some people who are still earning more, which under this scenario we call them high ability individuals, but there are other people who are earning less, but who have the same level of education. That variation is what induces the inequality in the labor market. And that our market, our labor market or our education system created that environment where that there is inequality within the system. The same graduate student or the same persons which finished Form 6, for instance, entered in the labor market, you find that this person one person is earning more compared to another person. That is what we say is the skills which created that disparity in the labor market. And that is what we have said. But in terms of when we compare this normal level of schools and TVET training schools, we also find some interesting result that people who attended normal schools, they are earning much better compared to those who attended the TVET or training and the vocational education. And that is what is not happening to other countries of the developed countries. But there are countries we found that variations which are existing. Now, what we are saying that what could explain maybe this low return to TVET compared to the general education? That's what he said, that maybe one is that if employer regard more formal certificates. In our labor market, we find some of employers, they are much more concerned of the TVET education, more than the formal certificate education compared to TVET education. And they regard them, these people who are coming with maybe degree, certificate, are more educated, are more skilled, are more productive compared to the one who is coming with the vocational education training certificate. Therefore, consequently, you find that this person who coming from the regular education are getting more compared to this one who are coming from the TVET. Therefore, that also creates inequality, what you have said. But also fail to complement. We were expecting that this TVET, technical education, could complement the general education. It means that once I finish the degree, I go for TVET, on-job training, for example, I get more pain or rewards compared to the person who have not wanted that one. But our system of education does not complement that one. That's why it is still have the inequality in the labor market. Now, we also explain that what also could be that one, explaining the disparities of this one. Maybe it could be also be demand for low-skilled workers. They are now graduates who are completed. There are a lot of graduates who are finished standard 7, who are finished form 4s, but the labor market does not demand them for those low-skilled workers. Therefore, consequently, you find these people, they end up, maybe if they take even jobs, they take up those which have low payment, and therefore they create disparities in the labor market. But supply, that's what we already sold by even the panel, that we have the supply critic. The education system creates more labors in the market, but this demand skills, does it capture what is the labor demand? Does it capture what is supplied in the market? That is the question also we have been observing in our discussion. But also demand for, that's why we say there is also demand for more skilled workers as the production pattern become more biased toward the skilled and the technological based production. Now technology system, the labor market system, which is worldwide now available, they are demanding more skilled workers, which could be complement part of the technological progress. But our labor market generate low person individuals with low skills, low ability to complement with the technology system. Consequently, you find very few proportion of people, the same graduate, but they are earning much more better compared to some people with the same level of education, but they have low ability to capture, to complement with the labor market what is demanded. But also these differences among the returns, among with the people, the same level of people with the same level of education, could be either, as I told, it could be explained by skills. Some people may be graduated, but where did you obtain your degree, or where did you obtain your school? We can all are there with us that education system now, which is someone who passed from the government primary school to government secondary, we are called now word secondary school, and the one who passed from the private schools, when you go to the market to compete, you cannot be the same at that one. Therefore, and the only difference created that is the quality of education provision in this one. Therefore, that is also could create this inequality on that one. But the field, the choice of field of the study also could create inequality in the labor market. You can be having the same graduate, the same degree, but what level, what is field are you, and what is another field your colleague is working on, could create inequality also in the labor market. That is what we observed in that one. Therefore, the top earning distribution likely to have more skilled, include better academic qualification, while those at the bottom maybe have pursued less marketable field of study. That is could explain that inequality which is appearing in the same. Now, as a policy, what do we address? What do we suggest? A policy should promote access to higher education for all, can lower somehow can lower inequalities. That we cannot just end up that once person end up the Form 4 as education for all is going out to the street. Now we need that could complement, could continues that the education could also expand to this person with from low family or from low ability to continue attain maybe to higher level of education up to the maybe to the university level for education. But also we are saying that it will also reduce the between group wage inequality by reducing education differences among individuals in the society. Consequently, we could address the inequality which exists in labor market any. But also, you are saying that the focus of the policy should be also improving the quality of the basic education, rather than just focusing on the increasing enrollment and so forth, but we should also focus on the quality, which will at least reduce this inequality in the labor market. As I told you that you can find some people attended the government primary school or government secondary school, another attended the private secondary school, but when it comes to the labor market, you find this is highly, this who attended the private school is more productive or have more ability compared to this one. The disparity could be in the labor market which they attended, the education which they attended, the skill, the qualification which they attained in the secondary school and the other levels school. Therefore, reducing that one could be improved by improving the quality of school, or just not focus on the basic enrollment, but we must also focus on the quality of that school. But also educational policy to promote the equality and support disadvantaged student in achieving better outcome should be essential for promoting equality in the society. That's what they are doing now through loan board, make sure that those people who are from low society, low quality society, low, they are coming from where they cannot finance their education, they are attending basic schools and they are getting higher education levels and so forth. All they are intended to reduce this inequality which could exist in the labor market. But also we are encouraged to invest in reducing dropout, which most of this graduate, you know, like now it has become like a force for a student to say that you must attend secondary school, you must attend secondary school. Then you find this, because he coming from the rural areas, they say that, okay, I will attend. When he go to Form 1, Form 2, then he says, there's nothing I could get from school. Then he quit from the school. Therefore, because of the quality, maybe when he find that his school, it's somehow disturbance to move a distance to go to school, to come back home, to do and the other thing, therefore they find it to leave that school. Consequently, you find that there is a high dropout. Enrollment is higher, but dropout is also somehow high. Therefore, the government should invest in reducing those ones. That is some of the recommendation which we provided in this paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cornell. We apologize that you had to kind of rush, but we hope that we will be able to have more of a conversation after lunch. Right now, we will break for lunch. We've made some changes to the schedule, and we hope that you bear with us on that. We will have a presentation which will be done remotely by Dr. Hilda Makatumbula, and she has no other time slot. So at 2 o'clock, she will give her presentation, and then we'll proceed with Deepak's presentation. This is all due to time constraints. So may we please break now? I believe lunch is ready, just outside. The good thing is it's close by. 2 o'clock, we'll begin promptly the next presentation.
I've culled information from various sources to basically tell a story about labor migration to increasingly more people going to Japan and South Korea compared to where they used to go before. So which is what I'm going to do. So to set the stage, it's not working. So okay. All right. To set the stage, Nepal, that's the little thing encircled between the two massive Asian giants of India and China. It's not a really small country, But because we are, on two sides are these giants of India and China, it makes us look very, very tiny. So we say like we're a small country. In terms of population, we're quite big. We're the 42nd largest country in terms of population. And that is partly to do with, the presentation. We are such a large country in terms of population, although the size is quite small. It's because of Nepal's ecology is divided into three. Now, these are obviously, some of it is political divisions, but like roughly follow the ecological zones as well. Oh, if I press this goes off. So on the top we have the mountains, the high mountains, Nepal obviously being known for the high mountains. In the middle we have the hills, and then the plains in the lower part. The lower part constitute only 17% of Nepal's landmass, and that is where more than 50% of the people live. And the red part is the hills, which is where most of the people used to live, but people have started moving out slowly, and I'll show you why. So these are the mountains, the high mountains. Obviously people can't live up there, but they constitute a large portion of the country's landmass. And lower down you can see some of the hill area. Most of Nepal is covered by landscape like this, very beautiful to look at from afar, to visit, but a really tough life to live there. Every time you go out of the house, you're either going up or you're going down. Water scarcity and all of these issues, as a result of which people have started moving for the past century plus to the lowlands, the Tarai, which is the area bordering India. But obviously that is not enough, because as you can see, it's a very small slither of land at the bottom, and it's not enough to accommodate everyone who aspires to live and prosper in that part of the country. As a result of which, we have this massive growth of the population living abroad, which has gone up exponentially since 2001, having to do with obviously the passport regime becoming more liberal, the keeping up with the Joneses effect, which is basically the demonstration effect of people having gone abroad. A little bit of, we had a conflict as well, a civil war around that time. So that also contributed to it. But more and more it is increasingly the absence of opportunities in Nepal that has led to this massive outmigration of the national population. Whenever I hear presentations, I've been part of the this research competence network for 3 years now, and I hear presentations from other countries about what kind of policies are being at least attempted, and that's the kind of conversation you don't hear in Nepal much. Of course, a little bit here and there. That's mainly because of another phenomenon that we have, which is that, so most of the population living outside are migrant workers. You can see that on average the number of labor permits issued to people wanting to go abroad to work is more than 500,000 people. So that's 500,000 everywhere. That does not take into account the fact that we have an open border with India. With China it's not the case, but with India, for historical reasons, we have an open border. So you really do not need any kind of a documentation to walk from India to Nepal or Nepal to India, unless of course people suspect you of being not Nepali or not Indian, and they ask you for your documents. So otherwise, like if you look, that's the thing. If you look Indian or if you look Nepali, you can move across the border quite easily. Just to give you an example, this is what the border looks like. Welcome to India. As you can see, there are no barriers. Obviously, these people are Nepalis who are going to work in India. So you don't see any barriers. The cops are looking at you to see whether any infiltrator might have come in or not. And they're mostly worried about Pakistanis coming in the guise of Indians than anything else. All right. So in terms of this is a map that was produced by the International Organization of Migration. It shows the volume of migrants that Nepali migrants in different parts of the world, corresponding to the colors given here. It's an interesting way, I thought. It's quite difficult, it's quite confusing to read in the beginning. But as you can see, this is the Gulf area. So large proportion here. This is India, South Asia. They've given the entire region the same color. Obviously, we don't go anywhere else except from India. This is Southeast Asia. This is the Eastern Asia, Japan and South Korea. Africa, hardly any. Europe, quite a few. North America, fair number. South America, some. And of course, another large proportion in Australia as well. So as you can see, you need labor permits to go to any other country to work apart from India. So Nepalis have migrated with official permission to more than 150 different countries. There are many people, obviously, who have migrated without permission. And I have met people in various parts of the world who are there, you know, because they go to India because you don't need any documentation. And then they come with the Indians with some kind of forged documents. It's quite something. All right, anyway, so the Nepali migrant workers in the Gulf countries, the GCC, the 6 countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council, that does not count countries like, you know, Jordan and of course Israel is a different country. Iraq is another one. It's not part of the GCC, but we still have a lot of Nepalis there. But the GCC countries and Malaysia, they make up 85% of the population's destination. And the remittance received is also massive. So you can see we received about nearly a quarter, equivalent to about a quarter of our GDP from remittances. And that made us the 10th highest receiving, in terms of proportion. Of course, the largest remittances go to India and China, but in terms of proportion of GDP, we're the 10th largest. That's a substantial amount of money that we receive as remittances. These are again the same thing, the number of permits issued. What is of interest is the top lines. This refers to the COVID crisis, and then we go up again. So for the last year that we have figures, that's nearly more than three quarters of a million people who left Nepal to work as laborers. Workers, let's not say laborers. Some people do white-collar jobs as well, but everyone's got to take a labor permit to leave Nepal. So there we have people going to India. These people are not recorded. So this is a number that does not record the Indians at all, the people going to India at all. Now, as you can see, the earnings are quite varied. The more developed a country, the better the earnings are. You look at India, which is obviously better, doing much better than Nepal, but still it's still a very developing country. That's the average earnings. This is based on the labor force survey. That is the latest information we have. This one, 2017-18. We have another survey that's just been conducted, so we'll have more recent figures. But this gives an indication of why these different countries are more attractive to people. So India is where people go if you don't have any money. You're at the bottom of the economic ladder. You don't have to pay any money to agents. You don't have to you don't need a passport. You don't need to spend money to get a passport. You don't need to undergo any kind of training program. You don't have to take a flight. Okay, you can just take a bus and walk across. So it's very cheap to go to India. And of course, the earnings also, the returns are also very, very meager compared to the others. And as you can see, the two countries, Japan and South Korea, pay certainly a lot more. Israel also is there, but because there are so few people going to Israel, that does not really count so much. And the difference between Japan and South Korea, as you can see, is also substantial. It's almost double what people can make in Japan compared to South Korea. And that is also indicative of the kind of people who go to those two countries. And there's a difference also, which is something that I will mention. So what happened here? Hey. Just a second. Ah, slides have disappeared. Unhide slide, okay. Unhide. Okay. So South Korea and Japan are interesting countries, countries for study, mainly because these two countries have been very xenophobic towards foreigners. Japan and South Korea both. There's a lot of racism against of course, they are racist towards each other as well, but there's a lot of racism towards people who are not from that part of the world. And we Nepalis are also victims of a lot of racism in both these countries. But they have also realized that without the influx of foreign laborers, their aging population is not going to keep up with the economic growth. And that is why they started in 1991. As you know, South Korea used to be an exporter of labor in the 50s and 60s. After the Korean War, they used to export labor to Europe. And after the 70s, after they went up economically so rapidly, they realized in the 70s that they don't have enough, because of course you get developed, your birth rates fall down, and labor force shortages happen, and then you start looking around for workers. Initially, obviously, they tried to bring in workers illegally. People just stayed on. But in 1991, they started this system, the Overseas Investment Firm Industrial Trainee System. So the trainee system is something that has been innovated in these two countries as well, which has been criticized as a form of modern slavery. You call them trainees, you bring them in as trainees, but basically you treat them like trainees for 3 to 5 years and send them back with a little pat on the back, and that's what happens. In 1993, the small businesses and the medium businesses said, like, how come only the big industries get to bring in foreign workers? We need foreign workers as well. We also face the same kind of shortage. So in 1993, so another system was introduced. So both of these were, as you can see, there were no labor protections at all. But then, of course, South Korea was around that time had become a democratic country. So there were a lot of trade unions and human rights groups started criticizing their own country, and of course there was criticism coming from abroad as well, saying that this is pure exploitation of workers. And among the things that the arguments that they made was, remember that when we went out to work in Europe, were we treated like that? We were given all the benefits that European workers were being granted in the 60s and the 70s, and that the same kind of protection should be granted to the foreigners who are coming in from various parts of Asia. They're taking only Asia. So the employment permit system was introduced in 2004. So this used to be initially for 3 years. So you could go for 3 years and then come back, and after some time go for 3 years again. But that turned out to be quite expensive for the workers themselves and for the employers. So they increased the number of years to 4 years, 10 months. I've tried to find out why it is 4 years, 10 months and not 5 years. I've looked at different sources. I've talked to the Koreans also. So apparently there is some kind of system which I've not been able to find a source for, whereby if you stay for 5 years, then you have to be granted certain rights as a worker. So they don't want to provide those rights. So after 4 years, 10 months, you go back home, stay there for at least 3 months, and then you can come back and work for 4 years, 10 months more. So you can't do more than 2 tenures. So only 2 times you can do that. And after that, you're ineligible to come as under the employment permit scheme. As you can see, all of these are Asian countries which have signed on to the EPS. Identical agreements. There is no deviation in the kind of terms and conditions. Everyone has to follow, because obviously we are the beggars, so you can't be choosers. So you follow whatever the South Korean government gives you and you sign it. Otherwise, you're not part of the EPS. So South area obviously is, because of the developed status, is highly sought after. But we know, this is all based on literature, that the Nepalis had been there for quite a while, since the 80s. So you have more than 5,000 workers. They applied for government amnesty when the government opened it up. As they started the trainee system, they said all the workers who've already inside now can apply to go to that. You'll be given amnesty for your visa infractions, and you can apply for the trainee system. So 5,000 people had already signed up to that by then. So Nepal also in 2007 signs up to the EPS, and so far we have 79. 80,000 people who have gone to South Korea to work under this. So there are a lot of people are interested in taking the Korean language test, which is a prerequisite to be able to go to South Korea. So in the same way, the migration to Japan is also very similar. The trajectories are somewhat similar, but it's also a little bit different. So, Nepalis had been doing the same thing, going there on tourist visas and overstaying, and then starting to work. And then by the early 2000s, they started working as foreign cuisine chefs. Nepali cuisine is not very well known, which basically meant that they went and worked in Indian restaurants, because we're neighbors, so we have a lot of affinity towards the cuisine. So a lot of Nepali chefs went to work as Indian cooks. Nepalis went to work as Indian chefs in Indian-owned restaurants. For the Indians, it was useful because you could pay. Indians always pay us less than they would pay their own Indians. But more recently, there are other kinds of skilled workers have also started migrating to Japan. Because Japan's trajectory, again, has been different. It developed much earlier. Its birth rate is one of the worst in the world. And they've realized the shortage of professionals and skilled hands much earlier than South Korea has. So we have various training programs under which Nepalis can go to Japan. So the technical intern training program, this is one of the most reviled programs in the migration literature. Mainly because this was a way of getting cheap labor. So you bring someone in for 3 years, and after 3 years you send them back. No rights given, because you're a technical trainee, but then you do the work of a regular worker. But then you've given no rights. They've given no rights to settle down in Japan, and you send back, and then the next batch comes along. And of course, people there are a lot of people who are always willing to take the chance and go to Japan and learn some skills. Of course, without the knowledge that you're actually being exploited by the system. Okay, so Nepalis have now, under the EPS, that is in South Korea, in 2023, they are now the largest group of workers among the EPS, the countries sending EPS workers. So 15% of all the workers were Nepali, so which means the popularity of EPS continues to grow. And in the case of Japan, it has also emerged as a popular destination for students, which is very surprising because one of the prerequisites to study in Japan is knowledge of the Japanese language, and we Nepalis do not know Japanese. We know maybe English, not Japanese, and yet it has become one of the preferred destinations for students. And again, the criticism is that the students are being brought in for the same reason that the technical trainees were brought in earlier. So these are all forms of cheap labor. And of course, Nepalis, finding chances to go to a country like Japan would jump at the chance. You see almost 25,000 people, students leaving for Japan every year. And these people basically go and work, serve as workers in Japan. Now the difference between the two is that in South Korea, as you can see, most of them, or almost all of them, are there. Now this is based on the Nepal Labor Force Survey, National Labor Force Survey. So most of them, or almost all of them, are there as workers. Very few dependents allowed. The very few dependents that are there are people like who would be, some of the people would have moved on to managerial positions or would be there as students. So these are the dependents that are allowed. Workers are not allowed to take their family there. That is written into the contract. You can go and work there for 4 years, 10 months, no family allowed, no dependents allowed there. Whereas in Japan, it has become different. As you can see, there is still a large number of people working on workers, but you also find a substantial number there as students. And there is something else that South Korea does not have. There are people, entrepreneurs as well in Japan. So these are people who've set up restaurants, mainly restaurants, catering mainly again to the growing Nepali population that are there. But of course, Japan also has a long history. The Japanese have a long history of links with Nepal. They've been coming to Nepal for a long time. So there is mostly a restaurant business that Nepalis are involved in. And what is most interesting is the population of dependents is quite large. So here, Japan has slowly started opening its door, allowing for non-Japanese to also settle down in Japan, provided they meet conditions X, Y, and Z, which is something that South Korea does not allow at all. So here we see the divergence between the two countries. So the population of Nepalis in Japan is going to continue to grow because people are going to live there permanently, whereas in South Korea, it's just going to be go there 4 years, 10 months, and then come back, and if you get another chance, another 4 years, 10 months. Maybe in the future, South Korea will also slowly start to, because these two countries, they're learning from each other in terms of the kind of programs that they offer for foreign workers. So maybe South Korea will also start taking hints from how Japan has been doing and overcome their inherent racism and start allowing people to settle down in South Korea also. Now, this is the last slide that I have to show you. Which is, if you look at all the other countries, barring Israel, okay, Israel, the numbers are really small. You see, all the other countries are, non-democracies, autocracies, and okay, Malaysia, semi-democracy maybe. What is interesting is that Japan and South Korea feature quite high in the number of deaths. So that is the price that Nepalis are paying for going and working in South Korea and Japan. And most of these deaths, because these are not industrial or work-related deaths, which is the case in the other countries, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, and all that. These are work-related deaths. The occupational safety standards are, obviously they do have them, but they are not followed in the case of the migrant workers. But in the case of South Korea and Japan, most of these deaths are suicides. The workers going there and just feeling lonely being by themselves. So that is the price that Nepalis are paying while going to Japan and South Korea as well. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepak, for a very interesting story. May I invite Dr. Vincent Liaro. He'll be presenting on employment mobility and returns to technical and vocational training, empirical evidence for Tanzania. Karibu.
Good afternoon. I think I'll be very brief. We won't worry. It won't take long. I have a colleague here. So let me thank REPOA and CMI for this organization. It's a topic on labor again, and this is the work which I've been working with my colleague, Dr. Corneli Joseph. So it's almost similar to what he presented, but somehow different. And the key question we are trying to ask in this one of these papers is, does somebody who have technical and education training have a chance to be employed more compared to those who have general education. This is what we're trying to do. The difference between having a college or a VETA certificate vis-a-vis those who are going to university. So whether that one enhances somebody's chance of being employed. And this is the structure of presentations. I will do more on motivation to get a clear picture, a little bit on the specification and approach, and the data then summary, results and summary. So it's a very short presentation. And what we are saying here, we are saying that we know very well, and that the theory and the human capital theory is very clear on what education trend can do. That there is a lot of returns when people are well trained, when people get a good education. The role of education plays a lot of things as far as labor market outcomes are concerned. In particular, people getting jobs and the people get a good pay. That a better educated person or a better educated people in higher wages, we know, are less likely to be unemployed and are more likely to be in a better paid jobs than their less educated counterpart. This in turn is a very critical in enhancing a labor force or employers' productivity, and therefore industrialization and social innovation. I think that literature is very clear, and a lot has been done. Having that together, they therefore led it to increase employment opportunities, but more so reduce poverty and inequality in the society. So what we are trying to do here, we are saying, even though education matters, different type of education also matters. I mean, we don't take education as a whole. We need to allow for heterogeneity, that the different type of education in terms of the labs and the types across countries, they have different results. For some countries which have focused more on giving technical and vocation training educations vis-a-vis those who are giving general educations, there were different results. And we can see here, for instance, we have some countries, most in Europe, especially in Scandinavian countries, whose focus has been more on providing TVET educations rather than general educations in terms of commitment, in terms of curriculum review that reflect industry needs, financing that is given, financing support that is given to parents and the students, increased share of national budgets in providing TVETs, and even work with the private sectors have got different results compared to those who are not. So such a countries, and this is very clear for those who are coming from those countries, have succeeded in attaining structural transformations, maintain low youth unemployment rates, and attain prosperity. That actually has not been the case for most developing countries, in particular those from Africa. As we are going to see in the following table here, those countries that have managed to make TVET their first options for most parents and students have managed to remove the stigma. As a result, TVET enrollment and graduates make more than 50% of all graduates. And those are the countries like in Scandinavian countries where you have those enrolled into TVETs are more than 50%, and those who graduate are more than 50%. With most of those graduate from TVETs having higher payments in terms of wage and salaries compared to those who are come from general education. And in this table, I think, give you a bit of a clear picture. Although the dates here, the data a little bit outdated, given when we were doing this study, but the stories have remained the same. If you look, most countries in Africa, the share of secondary enrollment into TVETs is not even more than 20%. Many of them are around 10, 5. It's only Cameroon which have got above 20. But most countries in, let's say, Sweden, Germany, Norway, Netherlands, Austria, Denmark, and even recently some Asian countries, including China, more than 50% of their secondary students enroll into TVETs, and therefore they graduate from TVETs. So that's a marked difference. And this one is almost contrary to what we see in most developing countries. For most developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa, from 70s, 90s, and the story has not changed recently, more than 70% of their secondary students are joining general education, are joining universities. And most of the graduates in these countries, okay. So we are saying this is not the case we are found in most of these European countries. It's quite different when you come to developing countries, in particular Sub-Saharan Africa. In 60s, 70s, 90s, and even recently, they put more emphasis towards general education in terms of their policy strategies, even financing, at the expense of TVETs. As a result, TVET performance has been very low. Most of the TVET graduates in these countries are of poor and low quality. And what is producing these TVET institutions is relevant and incompetent to the labor market needs, which have worsened the whole issue of skills gaps and skills mismatch. That is what we have been experiencing. And maybe to get very clear, we're going to see in figure 1, and we'll take the case of Tanzania to see whether, as a country, Tanzania has put emphasis on TVET or general education. It's very clear when you're going to figure 1 here, and I'm just, let's go back to that figure. You can see here, when we look at the budget share in Tanzania, the one which goes to basic education is almost above basic education. I mean, it's almost above 50%. And the one which is going to tertiary education and higher education is almost above, it's around 25%. That one which goes to the TVET for quite some time has been around 1%. So this says a lot, that we don't put more focus on the TVET, which is very critical, as we're going to see the results in the labor mobility and the returns. So as a country, and this is the case for Tanzania, but it could be the case for most other countries in the region. Unlike some Asian countries recently, or European countries, where the focus has been more on college education, on the training, ours has been on university. So people graduate from secondary schools, they are going to university. These are the people, there are no loans for them. These are the people, there are no good plans. There are no even programs. We are not serious in terms of the policy. It's only a very, very recent phenomenon where we are trying to change things, but that has been the situation. But as I said here, realizing the critical role TVET can play, things have changed a little bit over the recent. However, nothing so much has changed. Still, that divide between too much focus on the general education and therefore university vis-a-vis TVET has remained unabated. Though there are some good rate of return, have continued unabated. So what you are trying to do here, because you know that much has not been done, we are trying to do and see, does somebody being trained in a TVET have more chance of being employed and get good returns compared to those of general education? This is what we are trying to do here. Why we are trying to do here? Because though there is some good rate of return on TVET analysis in advanced economies, there is a little such empirical evidence in most African countries, and Tanzania is not an exception. This is what we are trying to do here. And in so doing, I'm going to go very briefly on the empirical specification and approach. We are going to use the two approaches here. The one on the labor mobility, which is nothing more than looking at the interaction between labor supply and labor demand. On one side, firms demand the labor, given the skills. On the other side, individuals supply the labor. So on the labor mobility, it's all about the interaction between supply and demand. And the second one, we are going to look on the return to education and training. And this one, we are going to use a different framework. So for the case of labor mobility, we are going to use this. Am I going this way? Okay. Yes, it's here. For the case of labor mobility, we are going to use the discrete choice models. And in particular here, we are going to use the multinomial logit model. Why? Because we have a number of options. For example, for our case, we have those not working, wage employee, non-agricultural, self-employed workers, and agricultural self-employed. And I think this multinomial logit model is a very basic one and standard. I don't want to spend a lot of time. as we are told by our chair to skip these things. For the case of return on education, I'm going to use the very basic framework by Menserian framework, which link the returns to education, controlling for other variable with the level of education or the type of education. And that is the question which at the end there, the log of wage, we have our TVET and the other control variables, and education as well. What data have we used? We have used the common data set in Tanzania, I think, which is also in other countries, the integrated labor force survey, but for this case, the one for 2014. Why? Because this study was much more earlier than the recent or most current labor force survey of 2020/21. And this particular labor force survey has got two good information. One, information is on the household or personal characteristics, which allow to derive our control variables, and the other one is on employment-related information. And I think here you can see, you can have information if somebody is full-time or part-time employed, if somebody is job-seeking, whether it's employed in informality, whether earning income from main job, whether earning income from wage employment, earning from business, all those are there. I don't spend a lot of time here. And this is actually a very big data set, because nearly has got 19,000 individuals in that one, and we have those individuals are in different sectors of the economy. And that one we are saying there are those in agriculture, those in the formal employment, those in and those who are unemployed. And I did a bit of descriptive statistics before presenting my results. I think it's important to get a feel here. For example, those with primary education, most of them work in agriculture informal sector, 77%, while a larger proportion of individuals with secondary education are either in informal sector, 38%, or formal sector, 29%. And the majority of workers with vocational training, tertiary, non-university, or college and the university, are employed in the formal sector, which is 60%, which actually is a common in most of these countries, that the lower the level of education, you are either in agriculture or informal sector. There, the level of education, including college and the vocational, you are likely to be in informal sector. And this is only to give you a bit of a feeling here on the distribution of monthly earning by education and training levels. We can see somebody with a university degree in 5.5% of somebody with primary education, in 3.5% of somebody with secondary education, in 3% of someone with vocational training, in two times, not percent, 2 times with someone with technical education. So we are saying the higher the level of education, the more the returns, the higher the earnings. So somebody with a university degree earns 5.5 times higher than somebody with primary education. Again, somebody with a university degree earns 3 times higher than somebody with secondary, 3.5. And somebody with a university degree earns 3 times higher than somebody with vocational training, and 2 times higher than somebody with technical education. If you look distribution by sex, again, male earns more than female, but the difference is not so big. I remember the 3,019,000, well, women I think is 230,000 shillings on average. So still male dominates, but the difference is not that much bigger. If you go further and try to decompose the distribution by employment category, somebody with formal employment earns by far higher compared to those with informal employment, who are also earning by far higher compared to those with agriculture. In other words, being in the agriculture sector, and we saw that most of them are primary and skills, earning by far less compared to those with the formal employment. Why? Because those with formal employment there are like to be university and college graduates. If you go and decompose further the type of training, on-job training, vocational training, technical training, apprenticeships, you find that somebody with technical training earns by far higher than somebody with on-job training. And somebody with on-job training earns by far higher than somebody with vocational training. And someone with vocational training earns by far higher than somebody with apprenticeship. Those are the as what we saw before. So having said that one, now we come to summarize on our results. Our results, this is only a summary of the first part, and we go to second part and their table. So I'm almost there. So first, we started by looking at the employment mobility estimates in table 2, where we look at the results on education and training without decomposing them, whether this is a TVET, on-job training, whatever. And on table 3, we do further decomposition. And what we found in this study that results for the education and training variable in table 2 reveal that relative to primary education, individuals with secondary educations are positively related or associated with the probability of being unemployed. So our primary education is our category, it's a reference. So it's like our baseline. So comparing somebody with secondary education are likely to be unemployed. This is what he's saying here. When we look at this data, let me go slowly again for it to be very clear. I'm saying when you look at our results for the education training, I mean education, level of education training, reveal that relative to primary education, which is our baseline category, individual with secondary education is positively associated with the probability of being unemployed, while those with TVETs and the tertiary education are negatively related with the possibility of being unemployed, are more likely to be in informal employment, but are less likely to be working on agriculture and the informal sector. What we are saying in a very simple way here, somebody with secondary education are likely to be unemployed. Somebody with a TVET or university are likely to be employed. Not only to be employed, but not only to be employed, but employed in a formal employment, not in agriculture, neither in the informal sector. This is what you are saying. We are going to see in the table. This is for the case where we're looking, where we don't disentangle the variable, whether it's TVET in on-job training or whatever. When TVET is decomposed in categories, individuals with technical, vocational, or on-job training are more likely to be formal employed, and this is likely to be in agriculture and informal jobs. When individuals receive apprenticeships, training is more likely to be in either formal or informal. So what we are saying, and it could be the summary, having primary or secondary education, you are likely to be unemployed. And if you are likely to be employed, you are likely to be employed either in agriculture or in the informal sector. But having a vocational training, a technical training, or university, you are likely to be employed in a formal employment. I think this is what is said, and this is, for those who are worried to see numbers, this is what we are trying to present here again in a summary of presentations. So you can see there, I don't know if I can these are secondaries, are positively correlated to be unemployed. If you go here, unemployed. But when you go to informal, they are here in informal and the agriculture. If you come to TVET, it's opposite. They are not negative, are not employed. They are likely to be employed in what? In informal, but not in agriculture, neither in informal. The same applies to tertiary. They are not likely to be unemployed. They are likely to be employed only in informal, not in this other sector. So which send a clear message that, and we are going to see as a policy implication, much more focus of a good education and training that meets the industry's skills, not skill mismatch, are likely to generate more employment. Because employment on youth is about two things. Whether it's about the absorption capacity of the economy, that the economy is expanding, producing more jobs, much more is also about the skills of the graduates. In our country, and when you have this meeting where presidents, prime minister have meeting business community, the main cry is about the skills mismatch and skills gaps. So investing in TVET could be one of the major things. This is when we decompose further. And again, I'm about to finish it. You can see that when you go to on-job training or vocational or technical, they are negative here. They're not likely to be here, but they're likely to be informal. And they are not likely to be in informal, that's why you have negative here. So this is very important, which is very clear from this Tanzania data, which is give a very good implication. And lastly, we turn to the results of return. Now we want to return to education and training in table 4, where we do both unweighted and weighted OLS estimates and the Heckman procedures. The estimation on the return to education and training confirm what we saw in the description 6. You remember the figures that earnings tended to increase with the level of education, suggesting existence of convex returns. On average, attainment of secondary education relative to primary education leaded to higher earning by 43.3%. Workers that had attended TVET training earning higher income by 20%, and those of universities 114. When you decompose the training into its different categories, technical training gain an earning premium of 14 compared to on-job training, premium of 12. Those with the apprenticeships training, which is you found that to be lower, with premium return of 7.6%, and those with the vocational training 5%. And this is much more in this table here, further decomposed, and you can see this is what we got. So to summarize and sort of get a bit of policy implication, what we have done in this paper examines the employment mobility, transition into employment, and the return to TVET relative to general education in Tanzania, using data from 2014 labor force survey. Now we have got the latest 2020/21. The results show that relative to general education, TVET training facilitates individual easy transition into a better employment. We saw that is a formal employment. Both in descriptive statistics and the regression results, technical, on-job training, vocational, and apprenticeships training are particularly important in acquiring formal employment. I think that's very important when talking to employments. Through the though the returns to general education and TVET are both positive and still significant, on average, those with TVET training are earning relatively less than those with general education, implying lower return to TVET graduates compared to, and this is very important. This is not, if you get in the explore data in Finland or Germany, it's an opposite here. So there's something to do about increasing the payment for the TVET graduates. The statistics confirm this by showing that in Tanzania, workers with university degree earns twice of those with technical training and 3 times those with vocational training. Clearly, 2 policy implications can be drawn here. One, technical and vocational training are very instrumental in addressing the rising youth unemployment. Not only youth, but I think everybody who's looking for skills. And the 2, to make it attractive to parents and students, because that has been a problem, government across the region, not only Tanzania, has to work towards raising the returns to TVET. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vincent. We've had a slew of presentations, so I hope you're taking down notes. We'll have an opportunity to ask for clarifications or ask questions after 2 more presentations. And now I'll invite Emmanuel Maliti to give his presentation on quantifying costs of complying with employment regulations, the hotel industry in Tanzania. Karibu Emmanuel.
Can I start now? Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to be as quick as possible. So this study was a collaboration between REPOA and the Hotel Association of Tanzania. And basically what the study was doing was to attempt to quantify the monetary value of being compliant. To comply with the labor laws, how much does it cost the hotels? In other words, how much does it cost businesses to meet different regulations of the labor laws in Tanzania? And the focus was on the accommodation business. So as I said, the research objective was to quantify the cost incurred by the hotel businesses when they comply with the employment regulatory regime, the labor laws in Tanzania. So we looked at the two regulatory framework, the principal law, which is Employment and Labor Relations Act of 1984, if I remember correctly, and the subsequent regulations dated 2017. In terms of conceptualizing, what do we refer to when it comes to compliance cost, what type of compliance cost? When you look at the literature, you find that the compliance cost can be divided into three different domains: financial cost, time cost, and also psychological cost. And basically when we are talking about financial cost, we are referring to the dollar value or Tanzania shillings value that businesses incur when they undertake, when they deliver different processes in the course of fulfilling different regulations. Time cost, the T shillings value of the time the employees, when they spend time to fulfill different regulatory demands. And here we are basically talking about a methodology called workload analysis. Psychological cost, the stress that one is experiencing when he or she is trying to meet different regulatory requirement. And if you look at the literature, this is the most difficult type of compliance cost to measure. There are some literature which have attempted to quantify the cost of psychological stress, and there are some different stress metrics that can be used to quantify such kind of cost. But for this particular study, we didn't go that far. So who is basically bearing the cost of being compliant? Different group of people, individuals, entities, consumers in terms of higher prices. Basically, businesses will be transferring business operating cost and other transaction cost to the product value in the output market. Businesses, they also bear the cost in terms of lower profitability of their businesses, and also employees in terms of the lower wages. So some business could have raised their salaries if they were not incurring this additional, or let's say compliance cost relating to different regulatory frameworks. And basically it should be clear from the beginning that most of the regulatory impact assessment, they do not advocate for complete elimination of regulations or reporting requirement. The advocacy area is mostly on balancing between the need to protect the right of the laborers and also to have a business environment that will promote growth and sustainable development. So the study focused on 4 challenging legal clauses from the labor laws, labor regulations. The first clause is number 11, and basically what does it say? It says that it is illegal to offer a fixed term employment contract of less than 12 months. So if you are issuing a fixed term full-time contract, employment contract, it has to be 12 months or 1 year plus. So that is the requirement of the clause number 11 of the labor law. And what is the implication when it comes to the tourism, to the hotel business? We know that tourism business is seasonal, And in Tanzania, the seasonality is basically the duration of about 10 months. So basically most hotel owners, they would prefer some portion of their employees to be only employed during the 10 months out of the 12 months of a year. So they are incurring additional cost, labor cost of 2 months every year when the business is extremely low. So clause number 17 to 24, it is talking about the duration for one to be, for an employee to work. Basically, the law requires that employees are working for 9 hours, 8 plus 1 for resting, and 8 hours continuous working. And so this is what clause number 17 is advocating for, or is demanding employers to adhere to. And this is a big challenge for those private operators who are owning camps or lodges in national parks or game reserves. Because if you look at the shift in game reserves, the night shift starts at 6 p.m. and the 8 hours lapses at around 2 a.m. And then if you follow the law, it means you have to provide transport to take back the security guards back to their home around 2 to 3 a.m., which is very dangerous at that time. So that is one of the challenges in the business environments for those people who are owning businesses in or lodges or hotels located in game reserves. The third clause is number 25, which requires that if an employee is working during public holiday, during Independence Day, during Nyerere Day, during Karuma Day, you have to pay double the daily wage. If he or she is working during weekend, you have to pay 1.5 times the daily wage. But we know that this is a big problem for the tourism industry because the public holidays are the days which the businesses are compensating for the low businesses they get during the working days. So for them, it's really a penalty rather than having something in place which will facilitate them to maximize revenue and compensate for the loss of revenue during those days before the public holidays. The last clause that we tried to quantify the monetary cost of being compliant is clause number 29.2a, where that paid leave is compulsory, especially if one has been employed for more than 6 months. So if you are an employee for 6 months plus, then your employer is supposed to give you a paid leave. If you go for a leave, you are still supposed to receive salary. This is not a big issue, but the biggest wake-up call came during COVID because a number of hotels had to close down, but according to the law, you still have to pay these people whom you are forced to give them leave because there were no customers during COVID period. So those are the 4 clauses that we focused on in terms of quantifying the monetary value of hotel businesses that they incur, the monetary cost that they incur when they are compliant to different clauses, these 4 clauses from the labor laws and labor regulations of 2017. In terms of findings, we divided the findings into 2 domains, 2 categories. The first category is the main objective of the study, that is to quantify the cost, compliance cost, and then we also ask different questions about the perceptions that the hotel owners are having on different issues relating to the labor laws. But I will focus mostly on the first bullet in terms of the numbers. So the first finding, we came to this figure, 9.98 billion, an annual cost for the hotels that are complying with the 12-month employment regulations. And when we were computing that figure, we took into account several elements. The first one, we estimated the number of accommodation businesses In Tanzania, you see the figure there is an estimate, not really actual, 1,815. We also separated hotels according to the number of months that they prefer to hire employees. So if that means if a hotel is interested to employ people for 4 months, their compliance cost will be different from a hotel which is interested to employ people for 8 months. So such differences were taken into account when we were aggregating the monetary cost of being compliant. And then the annual compliance cost per business is around 5.4 million. For that particular clause which compel businesses to give fixed term employment contract of 12 months plus to employees. The second finding, the cost of complying to that clause which requires payment double salary when one is working during public holidays. So the compliance cost came to 5.6 billion, and we took into account several elements. Some of them are the most important ones. The total number of holidays in Tanzania, roughly 17. They differ sometimes, depending on the weekends. You can try to count as well, religious, national holidays, as former leaders' anniversaries, public holidays, etc. We also took into account the number. We estimated the number of employees who are working during public holidays per hotel, an average of 14. And then also the annual wage bill per hotel working for those employees who are working during public holiday came to 3.3 million Tanzanian shillings per hotel as a compliance cost every year. And then those are the few elements that we took into account when we are aggregating, computing, and coming up with that 5.58 billion as a compliance cost for that particular clause on double payment for employees working during public holiday. Finding number 3, the cost of complying with the 9 working hours for security guards. For those, not for all hotels, for those camps, lodges, and hotels which are located in national parks and game reserves, because that's the challenge during the shift of working time of security guards, especially the challenge of taking them back home at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. In the morning. So we took into account several metrics. One of them, the estimated number of lodges, hotels in national parks is 248, an estimate. And we got this estimate from different government publications. The average number of security guards per hotel at night is 3. And then the average overtime pay. So it's between 9 a.m. to 6. So we are talking about an average of 3 hours. And then most of these hotels on average annually, they incur a cost of 1.24 million as a cost of fulfilling this particular regulatory requirement. Finding number 4. So now with this particular figure, based on the methodology that we applied, we can apply different simulation. For instance, here we assume that half of the hotels were closed during COVID. So the number can change. You can put a quota, you can put 60%, you can put 30%. So the initial estimation which came up was 24.54 billion because of this particular regulation that you have to pay people who are going on leave irrespective of the socio-economic political shock that might happen in an economy. And those are the different elements that we took into account when we were computing that figure. So those are the 4 key monetary values of being compliant to different clauses of the labor laws. And the key issue here is what I've said before, that the issue is not about eliminating laws or regulations. It's about flexibility, it's about combining the protection of the fundamental labor rights and the decent work principles, but at the same time, the law should be flexible enough to facilitate private sector development and encourage and having in place a good business environment that will facilitate growth and prosperity. In terms of recommendations, straightforward, there is a possibility to consider the seasonality of the tourism sector and allow the labor laws to be flexible on sector by sector basis. It has been done in some other countries. There's a need also to consider and set the hours of work for security guards different from the other employees. There's also a need to allow employers to compensate those people who are working during public holiday in terms of having off days in other parts of the week. So rather than double payment, if somebody is working on a Nyerere's day, then he can get an off day in another day rather than receiving a double payment of the day's salary. There is also another recommendation is for the government to consider making the compliance cost assessment mandatory. There are cases in some other countries, for instance in UK, it's a compulsory to do compliance cost assessment for major regulatory frameworks before they are being introduced or implemented as a law. In Canada, there is a routine system where they do periodical surveys of regulatory compliance assessment in order to track the impact of these laws, regulations on the businesses, in particular, the small and medium enterprises. So it's not something new, it is being done. It's a matter of learning good lessons from other countries which have considered the importance of business environment in bringing growth, as well at the same time protecting labor rights. Flexibility is possible. As I said, there are some countries which have implemented they have some flexibility in their labor laws. For instance, in Mozambique, when it comes to the requirement for the paid leave, there is a different arrangement in their labor laws. For instance, if you have been in that company as an employee for 1 year, you are only eligible for a leave day for 1 day per month, which means if you have been working for 1 year, you are eligible for 12 days, you are right for an annual leave. If you are in the second year of that particular company, to your employer, you are eligible for 2 days per month, which is about 24 days per year. It goes on like that, but the cutoff point is 30 days, whether you are we have been working for 15, 20 years, but it's from the third year up to undefined period. In South Africa, for instance, there are some flexibilities in their labor laws in terms of facilitating and understanding the uniqueness of the micro, small and medium enterprises. For instance, the issue of central collecting bargaining arrangements or processes. These are exempted for SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, and all the presenters for shortening your presentations and allowing us to, we've almost made up time, just a little bit, but I believe we should be done according to schedule. May I now invite Magnus Hattelbach to give a presentation on jobs in smallholder agriculture. Karibu, Magnus. We've had 7 presentations. After this presentation, we'll have a plenary discussion, and then we'll finish the day with the panel, the final panel. I hope that's okay with everyone.
Okay. I need to use the mic. I see. There's a tendency to say, sometimes I hear in Norway that 90% of jobs in poor countries are in the private sector. This number comes from the World Development Report 2013 on jobs, where it says that 90% of jobs in poor countries are in the private sector. But what does that really mean? Most of those jobs are in smallholder agriculture. Is it working? Yeah. So that's what I will talk about in this, I think, last presentation today. And why are smallholders important beyond all those jobs? One is that we know that the majority of the poor people in the world are smallholders. I will talk more about that later. We know that malnutrition is higher in rural areas than in urban areas. So actually, those people who produce the food, they are more likely to be malnourished than those people who buy it in the urban sectors. What can we learn from that? We know that that means that food markets, at least within the country, works relatively well. So people sell food to urban sectors, they don't necessarily eat it themselves. So the main problem for poor people that are smallholders is that they lack the income. They lack the income to keep the food they themselves produce. This I discussed much more in that report. I will not talk much about that. I have next slide will be on malnutrition, then I go on to poverty and jobs. Also important because market failures are much more important in rural areas than in urban areas. So that's where you need a policy. So in urban areas, markets work relatively well. It's more important to focus on the rural areas. And in the most remote places, you have village-level poverty traps. So not only that households are poor, but the village as a whole is poor. Basically, there's lack of demand, there's many different market failures. So if I have the time, I will get to a slide where I talk about multifaceted development programs, where you have to do everything to solve all constraints at the same time to be able to get out of these poverty traps. So microfinance alone is not enough, other programs alone are not enough, building roads alone are not enough. You have to do everything at the same time. So now I basically said what I want to say, so I can sit down, but I will spend maybe 20 more minutes. So in this policy report, it's actually a repeat of a 2018 policy report, but in the new one, I have looked at malnutrition data. And it is a fact. There are 2 publications you see there, and they show that malnutrition is highest in rural areas. I have myself looked at the data, most recent data downloaded from UNICEF, and the findings there is what I found. So I had data from 51 African countries, only one, Egypt, in 2014, in 1 year. They had a couple of years per country. Had more urban stunting than in rural areas. So stunting is lack of growth, and so you get too little food as a child. So it's a long-term measure of chronic malnutrition. In the rest, malnutrition, stunting is higher in the rural areas. It was about, on average in those countries, 32% rural stunting, 22% urban stunting. Largest differences you see in those 4 countries. In North Africa, you didn't have much of a difference, basically because even rural stunting was very low. The poor people of the world, this is from the latest, not the latest, the 2018 Share Prosperity Report. And I use that report because it's better. The data is much better analyzed there than in the next 2 ones. So poor people live in Africa. That is the big upper part of that figure. See, when you get to 2030, 30 years, the World Bank expect most poor people to live in Africa. And in fact, that is in very few countries. Nigeria, DRC, basically. There are also poor people in other places, as we will see here. So Tanzania is the third biggest of those countries, basically because the population is big. But it's Nigeria, DRC, Tanzania, Mozambique, I think, Ethiopia. Yeah. But most important for what I will say today is the following slide. So the dark areas here is where poor people live. And this is people. This is not the share of people being poor, but the number of people being poor. So you see how many they count. And they live in remote places. So this is not even, this is the color code there is at the regional within country level. So they have estimates for poverty level in all the regions of the world, basically. And you see it's in inland, upland Nigeria, inland DRC, and so on, where you have poor people. So the poor live in remote villages. And still the poor people in India, but the downward trend is positive there. So that is the title line there. So they expect actually poverty to be very low after a while. In fact, we recently got data from Nepal, and the World Bank measure there is basically no poverty now in Nepal, for example. This is data from Castaneda in World Development, that journal from 2018. A description of smallholder farmers, divided between the extreme poor, moderate poor, and non-poor. You see that on the vertical axis there on the left. Then you can read the percentages in sub-Saharan Africa at the bottom, South Asia. And what we see is that, in particular in Africa, the poor work in agriculture. So if you go to the last column, some lines up, you see it says 56% here. So that is the share of working adults in agriculture among the extreme poor in South Asia, while in sub-Saharan Africa you go 3 lines down and it's 76%. So basically the poor, they work in agriculture. And they live in rural areas. So if you go to the first column, you see there's 82 to 83% both in sub-Saharan Africa and in South Asia. So poor people are smallholders, they work in agriculture, they live in the remote villages. The same we find if you go, this is just whether they work in agriculture. If you look at the share of income among people in rural areas, this is some selected countries where we have this ag LSMS data. So the Living Standard Survey data with an additional module on agriculture. You see the list of countries they have. And this is, so 90% of those households are engaged in agriculture in those countries. 2/3 of their income comes from farming. Agriculture wage labor is limited, typically less than 5%. Income from non-farm wage employment is 8% of total income. Non-farm self-employment is slightly higher. So we just showed you the column here for the different countries. We see Ethiopia, Malawi, Tanzania, Malawi, Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya. The biggest chunk there is on-farm, so farming income. The green one is non-farm wage employment. The yellowish or orange is the non-farm self-employment. You see that is higher. So, and then on top, if that is just something that transfers and so on. But the white thing there is agriculture wage employment. So basically, main message, income. So they do other type of work, but most of it is still farming. So we summarize this now. 76% of the poor in sub-Saharan Africa work in agriculture. Most of them are smallholders. They combine agriculture with non-farm activities, but it's not extensive, but some informal non-farm sector. This includes also labor migration. And as I said in my first slide, they are malnourished. So despite producing food, so the food market seems to work. They just use this as an income to sell in the urban market. If they were slightly more productive or had other incomes, they would be able to keep more of that food themselves instead of selling it, basically. So that is my main takeaway from the first slide, that higher incomes will help them to handle other constraints. So in a way, they're in a poverty trap, not only at the village level, but also at the household level, where you can basically not invest in new technology because you don't have the money. You cannot get credit because you don't have collateral. You're not even able to repay a loan because you are so close to subsistence that you are not able to repay the loan. So there are many constraints. So support to smallholder will speed up the structural transformation that we heard of earlier today. So that will break the poverty trap, free up labor for rural, non-farm and urban sectors. It will increase the demand within the village for non-staple food and other products. That again, high incomes will allow for investments. That may improve productivity and switch to high-value products. In fact, that is what we have seen in Nepal. So I said the poverty has declined drastically there. And what you see in the statistics and in the markets is that people eat more high-value food, not only the basics, but also other foods. And a gradual increase in incomes and maybe also farm size over time. Now you may have some questions to this, and I will try to answer them without you raising them. So, can't these people just move and find another job, other jobs in the village, move to the city? And maybe they have to do it, because with economic growth, we know that people spend a small income share on foods. We know that the share of income to agriculture has to decline over time if they maintain the same income as other people. So either incomes decline, which they cannot if you live very close to subsistence, or fewer people who have to work in agriculture. So in the long run, you will get the structural transformation. But the long run is very long. Huh? So in my mind, we have to, as Espen also talked about, we have to do something in the short run, and the short run is actually quite long. It can be decades. Huh? So we know that the rural poverty rate will stay high in many African countries for many more decades. It has stayed high. The World Bank estimate says that it will stay high in many countries for another 2 decades at least. So we need to help people where they live. The most productive people, they will move to the cities. Huh? But we have to remember that the marginal mover, he will earn about the same everywhere. Huh? So the last person who moved to the city, he will earn about the same. But the most productive, they move first, so you should expect a higher level of, I will talk more about this on the next slide, higher average productivity in the city than in the villages, but on the margin it's quite similar. That's why you move. Huh? You consider whether you should move back and forth. Urban capital and labor markets work relatively well, so less need, not no need, but less need for government or donor intervention there. Government intervention need to solve multiple distortions in remote villages. But even if people move to urban areas, they keep their rural ties, and so they go back and work sometimes in the peak season, they send money back. Many of them still consider themselves a part of the household home in the village. I already said that marginal productivity of migrant labor will be similar in the rural and urban sectors, so labor market functions relatively well. But that doesn't mean that the average productivity is the same. So some donors that I talk to, they say, oh, productivity is so much higher in urban sectors, we have to invest there. But that's high even without that help from the donors, huh? So it's high anyhow. So markets work well, productivity is high. There's surplus labor in rural areas. So in that trade-off, whether you should invest in rural or urban, you can of course invest in urban and hope to pull labor out of rural so they get jobs in cities. But the more direct approach is to invest in the rural areas directly. Utilize surplus labor. If there's a village level poverty trap, then a one-time investment big investments where you try to solve all constraints at the same time will pull that village, at least in theory, out of poverty trap. And I think this is what we should try. So that means market access, other types of infrastructure, irrigation, electricity and so on. Knowledge, both primary education, training programs, vocational training and so on. Capital, both credit, access to credit, and maybe even direct grants in terms of productive assets. Insurance, agriculture insurance, health coverage and so on. And when I say this in theory may work, now we know that it works in practice. So this has been studied now, this type of multifaceted development programs where you do everything at the same time. So ideally putting up social safety nets, credit program, insurance programs, maybe give people assets, productive assets. Maybe that means some simple assets, that maybe just a goat or a cow. Help them with health services, because your main capital is actually the human capital you have, so if you can get help immediately if you get sick. Primary education, skill training, agriculture extension service, localized R&D services that is tailor-made to what need people have in each and every region or even village or even farm. And Banerjee, the Nobel Prize winner, they have done a big RCT on this type of program. So this is the BRAC type program, the Bangladeshi NGO. It sets up now, they've done this in many countries. Large sample sizes, they've studied it for up to 10 years now. And this type of multifaceted programs, they work. After, in the medium term, 3 years, the program increased net worth, income, consumption, and improved health conditions. Even in the long term, in this case 10 years, continued impacts on the same indicators, including spillovers on people who were not targeted. And other studies have also tried to remove some parts of the multifaceted program. So you remove one component, the impacts disappear basically. So you need to do this package that we know that in theory you have to do this, and now we also know that in practice that it's like this. So how long have we? I will do one or two more slides. I could quit here, but I have my next favorite one, so I will do that. So if you look at African smallholder agriculture, so we know now, so Chris Barrett, for example, have some good review papers of this. So Africa is mostly rain-fed. You know this, but the rest of the world should know also. So the increase he has seen earlier in agricultural production in Africa is basically an expansion of area, not the increased productivity. To increase yields, you need irrigation. And that is very difficult in Africa. And for other inputs like fertilizers and improved seeds to work, you also need, they work, but they have more limited effects without the irrigation. And there are very few areas in Africa that have all these inputs. That's what Chris Barrett said when you look at the data. There have been some increased use of fertilizer in some countries, but it has been promoted like Malawi and Nigeria. And in fact, not those two countries, but in Ethiopia and Rwanda, yields have improved. But in most countries have not increased much. I will just show you those yields numbers. So you see the two upwards sloping curves. That the upper one, that end up, the blue one is Ethiopia, and this one that actually starts all the way down here, but and up here, that is Rwanda. So they have done something right, and I think there is a package in both those countries where they focus on smallholder agriculture. Few minutes left, so we also have to do something on the value chain. So let me just end up with 8 policies. So in Norway now with the present government there's to focus on this smallholder agriculture. Previous government in Norway focused on the so-called private sector. So I wrote already in that 2018 report, so which is many years back now, that this was a well-placed focus. Yeah. But we have to see the support to agriculture as an integrated part of general support to poorer countries in Africa. So other areas are also important now. So you need a multifaceted input, so education, health, infrastructure, broad rural development programs. The direct support to agriculture, irrigation where possible in combination with improved seeds, integrated soil management, which is an alternative to fertilizers, locally adapted R&D and extension services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magnus, for your presentation and for helping us to keep time. Now, after 7 presentations, I'm sure there are lots of questions. I open it up to the plenary for 10 minutes for questions. You can address your question to any of the 7 presenters, or you can address it to any of the other discussions that happened prior to that this morning, from the keynote by Espen, or the previous panel also, because we didn't provide enough time for questions. So, karibuni. Yes. Just introduce yourself again. So.
Just a quick question for Magnus. So you suggest that supporting smallholder farmers will speed up structural transformation. In Ethiopia, we're providing several supports for the smallholders, but they are consuming it rather than investing it. So what guarantees structural transformation, providing supports for the smallholders? I mean, they could simply consume it rather than investing the money they receive. We have a big program in Ethiopia, use revolving funds, and we provide money for the rural use, and they consume it, and they disappear. Usually, they never return the money, and this was a huge investment. And the other thing is, resource is very scarce. Then, without making any comparative analysis, how could you suggest to invest more on the smallholders? What about, for example, micro entrepreneurs, because the resources are scarce?
Thank you very much. Can we get straight? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll go down. Let's try to balance.
Thank you. I think my question will go to Mkwawa University. When you presented the issue of people with the same education earning more, they could have the same education, but they could have earning differences. It got me curious to understand the reason, specifically what could be the reason. I was just wondering, perhaps maybe it could be issue of skills, irrespective, like you have the same education, but experience is different. And then I was wondering, how does nepotism play parts also? Jobs, I mean, I feel, that is my hypothesis, I feel like most of people are being employed because you know someone, or because you're related to someone, but I have not really been hearing that discussion coming out from different presentation. Issues also of corruptions. I was glad to hear about the issue of genders being expressed, but I'm wondering how does the corruption plays roles in terms of employment as well. And also, just yesterday, someone was telling me there is a place in Morogoro. It is called Manila. And simply because pins there in that place being employed for sugarcane production or something. And the reason why, it's because there is no in-country skill that they are providing. And then it got me wonder, how does the market or the job providers communicating with the industry, meaning the universities, the people who are really producing the working force. I understand there's been a lot of mismatch being said here, but in terms of the action or in terms of suggesting, how could something as practical as that one, like we have people coming from abroad here, how are we being very intentive or intentional on making sure we are letting them know the skills that they are bringing in also is impacted to the generation that it stays within the country. I think for now that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine is really very small. Just to reiterate what was said by my brother from Addis. I mean, I think in September, REPOA did a very big conference, annual research conference. And that conference was all about structural transformation. It turns out, the consensus out of that conference that after more than nearly 50 years of the government experimenting with the different agricultural policies, strategies, plans, program, billions of dollars, still productivity, which is the core for structural innovations among the rural community, the agriculture, has remained unchanged. So policy like kilimo kwanza, kilimo cha kufa na kupona has remained to be slogans. Nothing so much has changed in terms of productivities and the rural welfare. So rural are referred as poor people simply because nothing has changed. And we spend a lot of money there. And this last presentation is very interesting to sort of unlock what needs to be done. But it's not very clear to me how do we turn around, because the minute you turn around and increase productivity among rural communities, all will change. The food security, the health issues. And so there, Rwanda used to be very low, very low compared to Tanzania in those 70s and 80s. All of a sudden, Rwanda has gone up. Tanzania has remained the same. So how do we go about really? I'd like to hear from the experts who presented. What needs to be done?
Thank you. Again, some of the questions that come out, anyone can respond to if you're.
Thank you so much. I've been following up very closely with some of the presentations which were made here. Yes, I've been following up most of the presentations, critical discussions, and the methodology which have been used. And the question that ran into my mind was the reliability of this data set. And given the fact that some of these developing countries that we're talking about in Africa and the rest, we also heard about Nepal, etc., Ethiopia as well, trying to think about the reliability of this data set, and not only the reliability of this data set, trying to think about how much the governments are willing to invest in terms of documenting these empirical evidences and use them in policy implications. Thank you.
Yeah, I have, I think, one comment. Most of them are comments, not questions. My brother Magnus presented some element about structural transformation, and you mentioned about the issue of rural-urban movement. And we all know the transformation processes that took place in Asia and China in terms of the industrialization. And one of the key elements that happened there, we all know that is the movement of people from low productivity sector agriculture to higher productivity sectors, industries. But what we observe now in Tanzania is a completely different case. We see that rural-urban movement, but basically people are moving from low productivity sector, agriculture, to low productivity sector in urban areas. The machingas, the frames, na vitu vinginevyo. So basically what is happening, we are transferring poverty from rural areas to urban areas in Tanzania. And you don't need to be an economist. You can observe as you move around. So it's really challenging what kind of growth policy, development policy, and this is a big question now in development economics, that will shift millions of people in the current developing world up above the poverty line, similar to the industrialization process that we saw in China. And the industrialization process, industrialization policy seems not to be the right policy for this part of the world, because even if you look at countries like Vietnam, South American countries, and India, you find that they've been industrializing, but the share of employment in the industrial sector has peaked around 17%. In China, Taiwan, Korea, it was around 35 to 40%. So most of these industrializing countries that we see today, they are peaking around 17, 18%, which shows the limit now of the industrialization process as a growth policy to shift many people out of poverty. My second point is in relation to the discussion we had from my brothers there about inclusiveness, the gender gap in the employment sector or subsector. And I think when it comes to the issue of policy recommendation, and this is in relation to the presentation from Hitler, we have to be very cautious. It's very easy to say that you have to increase the number, let's say, of women in the labor force. That's very simple. However, we could say that you'll end up seeing that if you demarcate the employers between small, medium, and large, you find that they face different characteristics in terms of resources and flexibilities. So when you try to introduce affirmative action, you have to be sensitive because small businesses, they have less resources and less flexibility relative to the large companies. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't do affirmative action. You do it, but you have to take into consideration the nature of these two different domains of businesses. And I'm happy that you in your data set, you managed to categorize enterprises according to different size of businesses. My last point, the same aspect of affirmative action, inclusiveness, and gender gap. When you are now trying to introduce, to solve the issue of a gender gap in the labor market, there are some sort of unintended consequences if you're not careful. For instance, if you try to solve the issue of imbalance in male-dominated industry to try to increase the number of women, etc., you might be, if you're not careful, you might be risking introducing a feeling that these women who are coming to this industry, they are being assisted. They are not good enough, they are being assisted. So you need a complementary action to make sure that you counter such feelings that these people are being favored rather than they are competent enough to perform the same kind of duties as male who are working in that particular industry. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to go across the room before I come back to this side again. We had hands.
Thank you. My name is Alfonsina Kagaigai from Muhimbili University. So my point comes from the first presentation and the panel. I mean, when you are presenting, you said like the women are prevented from developing their own business. Then I was wondering, is it by their husbands, the family, or the system itself, or the country laws? I would wish to know that. Mm-hmm. And then I think there was a point about the PPT, the private-public partnership in strengthening the job creation. This is a very good thing. I think the private working with the government, but it comes a point where I think the government sees the private partners as a threat. So maybe this also has to come out well. The government should see like the importance of having private sectors while they are trying to develop or having any interventions with regard to jobs, given the importance of the private sector in the job creation. This is just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few comments and I'll be very brief. I'll start with the smallholder, jobs in the smallholder farmers. Over the last 2 years, I think I've done 6 evaluations and I'm currently doing data collection in Tanzania and Mozambique for a growing resilience project funded by Knowledge. There are a couple of lessons learned from all these interventions. But when you look at the challenges that were listed there, the context in Tanzania speaks tons. There have been intervention to increase productivity, and it's really working and showing growth and increasing income. But someone mentioned about the madalalis in the soko, aggregators. That's now the remaining big challenges. The post-harvest handling, post-harvest management. The biggest loss that smallholder farmers are facing in this country is post-harvest management and route to the market. And we have aggregators and madalalis in the market that are spoiling the price. And then you have to make a choice. Do you get the little money, solve your current problem, or store your product, sell in the vyama vya ushirika pamoja, you earn a little bit more. So that's been the biggest challenge. When I was looking at the stunting issue on malnutrition, we had a discussion this week. Someone was asking me as a researcher, why is there stunting in Iringa where production of food is quite high? And it's all based on social norms. It has nothing to do with productivity. It's social norms. And I mentioned one of the very funny, sad thing that came up, that in Iringa, I think 2 or 1 year ago, women were talking about if they are lactating, men who are drunk come and suck the breast milk and they don't breastfeed their kids because it makes them sober from alcohol, and you have to make that choice. So part of stunting has nothing to do with the food and productivity. It's purely social norms, which we are not talking about here. That's driving some of these component of low productivity and jobs in among smallholder farmers. I'll also quickly talk about the TVET, employability and earning. If you look at the data for 2020-2021 integrated labor market assessment, you will find that those who have never attended school in this country have the lowest level of unemployment, 6.1%. Why? They have found means of surviving. They don't expect to be employed. They have worked out means of surviving, and they're working. They're earning something. But those with secondary education and university have the highest unemployment. And why? It's because the social expectation is that they'll get employment. They will be employed. Even apart from, we are talking about startup capitals and all these challenges around it. So there is something that we need to do around it. And when we talk about TVET, the other biggest challenge is that parents here in this room, they only think of taking their child to TVET if they fail. So it is perceived as something for those who have failed. And that's what we carry ourselves, and we force our young people to look at TVET as the last option, the worst option they would ever go after. And even the cause, if you look at all the advertisements, it's hotel management, driving, and whatever. There's so many skill sets that have high pay and of high demand that even these TVET institutions are not talking about. And so young people are not even aware of the opportunities that exist. I mentioned one of the areas that lacks skill set, the leather processing. Ethiopia have had quite a huge. We have one factory in Moshi, which is the biggest. It lacks skills in leather processing. We have very few Maasais who make the sandals za Kimasai and handbags, but the formal leather processing, we lack skills. Geita Gold Mine have stopped going to VETA to ask for people with mining skills because they are not there. But the opportunities are there. So there is, when we talk about the mismatch and the gaps, they're quite wide.
Thank you for a lot of those thought-provoking points.
So why should we focus on smallholders instead of other people? In my mind, the government had 2 jobs. One is to fix market failures. The other is to help with the redistribution. And with that high level of poverty, and knowing that there's most likely poverty traps in the remote villages, we can do both at the same time. So market failures is the cause of poverty. Poverty is the cause of market failure. You have to break that trap. And with up to 50% poverty in many countries in Africa, this is where we have to start. We can believe that investing in urban area will pull people out of rural areas, but the direct way is just to help them better. Oh, just help them and invest in a rural area. So if people move, they move when they can afford it or when they prefer it. And in fact, going to Asia, this is what China did and many of the small Asian countries. They invested in agriculture, and by that they released labor that could work in industrial sectors also. So of course there has to be a balanced growth, but with this high level of poverty, in my mind, we have to start where poor people live. Then in the long run, meaning 20 or 30 years from now, the full economy will develop, but we have to do something about that important problem. When it comes to, you talked about the past, so after harvest loss. And there's lots of literature now that is even reviewed recently on this value chain. And the many things you have to solve even in agriculture. So doing one thing is not enough there either. Some of these interventions doesn't work, so we basically have to collect information on what works and what not. Is it storage? Is it whatever? I don't know in your case, basically. But there is research also on this now that is worth looking up, even review of research. So that I may cover in that report when it comes later this year.
So let me answer your question about what we're preventing the women from developing their own businesses in Ethiopia. And frankly speaking, we don't know. But looking at the figures at that time, 15 years ago, it was astonishing to see that almost no women had collateralized loans. Almost no women were owning businesses of that formal businesses hiring other people. And if you looked at businesses with more than five people, almost no women were business owners. So I could sort of speculate on the reasons, but we didn't. We just figure out, okay, so what will happen if we offer collateralized loans for female entrepreneurs? And that just triggered an enormous amount of women starting their own businesses. So of course, people have some kind of collateral that can be used. So in Ethiopia, you could use a car, your house, but then the co-signing with your husband means that you also need your husband to co-sign on the loan. So there could be a hurdle there. I don't know, but still having these types of specially developed lending schemes for women. Growth-oriented entrepreneurs that worked very well. So, and I just want to clarify something that might be a misunderstanding. So the idea here is that these growth-oriented entrepreneurs, they create jobs for others. Yeah, so that is very important. So my intention is not to say that we should not have these microfinance schemes for poor people and all the other support schemes for poor people, self-employed, that try to make a living by themselves. But it's a different, so in my mind, this is a different type of program. And many of those self-employed and micro businesses will never create employment for others, at least at the scale that we are talking about here. But many of the growth-oriented entrepreneurs, they will, and they did create a lot of new employment. Thanks.
Unless there's anything, there's one speaker here. I think we'll let him be the last before we start our panel.
Okay, thank you. Concerning the issue of the earning differences, as Madam asked, there could be also biasness existed in the labor market, where some people, they may be earning more, maybe because of the institution, corruption and the likelihood, but this all will depend on the institution aspect of the labor market, how people they acquire jobs.
and the whole process of acquiring job, better job, and low skilled job, and the likelihood. But if I could add something also, I could also talk about the marketing perfection. How people, they are knowing whether there is a good job somewhere or there is highly paid job somewhere. But how they could identify which skills is required in the labor market, which is specialization maybe is paying higher in terms of return compared to others. Those information, if they are not clearly known to majority of the citizens, they could also create this labor inequality in terms of earning. Therefore, I concur with Madam what you will say. Thank you.
Just to add a bit. I mean, why, in addition to what he has said, there is what we call hidden ability among different graduates. Even if you have got the same degree, masters, you are going to central bank. The CEO of central bank may pay Mr. I don't know what's your name again, much more than Learo, simply because given he's brought up in a background, he's a social guy, he has a command of language, he's an interpersonal, and he does more than what the others are doing. So people may be rewarded given their unseen ability. It could be because of parents' background as well. So that is very common. Assume that the data is very genuine. There is no interference. And on nepotism, I know what you are saying, nepotism, that has become very popular in some of the countries. But you cannot capture that within the data unless someone take an effort to create within the labor force survey a nepotism factor. Maybe somebody were asking a composite question. How did you get this job? Is it because of knowing all those kind of things? And you have a variable. Up until now, you can see and observe, but you cannot quantify because we don't have data. I think that just to add on what.
Thank you very much for all your insights. May I now welcome the panelists for the second panel, Supercharging Competencies in Developing Countries. Deepak Thapa, okay, who is Director of Social the Director of Social Studies, Baha, a research organization based in Kathmandu, Nepal. Eliaza Mkuna, Senior Lecturer, Department of Economics, Mzumbe University. Please welcome to our rectangle table. We don't have a round table today, we have a rectangle table. Alfonsina Kagaigai, she's a health economist who works as a lecturer at Mwembili University of Health and Allied Sciences, MUHAS, and at the School of Public Health and Social Sciences. And Mercy Filippo, Commercial Development Manager, Tanzania Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, TCCIA. Okay, for karibuni sana. And basically the objective of this panel is to bring together most of the things that we've already heard today, as well as development and employment from you, we considered development and employment experts, to explore how development and sustained competencies to promote employment in the developing world. We hope that we'll focus on the challenges and opportunities of advancing competencies through access, increased adaptability, quality, relevance, and efficiency. We hope that you give your perspective and identify key issues that need to be addressed and actions to be taken to achieve better renewed competencies for employment. As we heard earlier, feel free to provide any anecdotal experience. That's very welcome. So let's start with Mercy. Uh, across the world, investments in education and skills development, from preschool through post-secondary education to vocational training, have high returns. The wage penalty for low literacy is 19 percentage points, and this is an example from Ghana. While globally, graduates of vocational programs earn wages about 10% higher than those with a general secondary school education. Still, provision of equitable access is a challenge in many low to middle income countries. Given this situation, how can developing countries promote improved access and completion to training on competencies? Karibu.
Asante sana. My name is Mr. Messi Filippo. Normally here in Tanzania, my name sometimes brings a lot of chaos because it's messy, and a lot of people could expect that I'm a girl, but I'm not. So I'm from the Tanzania Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, TCCIA. And of course, TCCIA in particular is a private sector organization that was established in 1988 in order to spearhead, the development agenda in our nation when it comes to a private sector engagement in areas of advocacy, international trade facilitation, and of course enhancing the government agenda when it comes to businesses upholding the highest degree when it comes to doing business. So it will be quite unfair if I jump into your question before highlighting the Chamber's perspective when it comes to employment in Tanzania. And of course, I'll try to analyze some few facts. The first fact is the agriculture sector in Tanzania is the most predominant sector, which contributes to 26.6% in terms of the share to the GDP. This is a fact. And the second fact is that translates a 64% in terms of job contribution or in terms of employment. And of course, that will always have implications. So when we're speaking about a country here, Tanzania, a 26% share to GDP, a 64% share to employment, but a 1% share of tax to GDP ratio. That's the big question. So if you try to analyze, you probably feel that most of the people in Tanzania that are employed into the agriculture sector are earning incomes which is not taxable. And what is the income which is not taxable in Tanzania? It is the income which is below 4 million Tanzanian shillings a year. So this probably translates that this particular group are not having decent jobs. And again, it translates that if we really want to develop our country, we might probably think of transitioning from the agriculture sector to probably other sectors. So the other factor, fact, is the industry sector in Tanzania is only contributing 7% of the share to the GDP. And of course, its contribution in terms of employment is at around 6%. So our role into the chamber is to now try to advocate for a number of factors or a number of policy changes that will probably mitigate that particular gap, at least now for the industry sector to start, increasing its contribution into the GDP. That will probably translate into contribution of more decent jobs, and it will probably contribute into tax to GDP ratio, and again into the economic growth of our country. So I really wanted to pitch these two particular facts as a fact and a position within the chamber in terms of employment turnaround of what we currently have and how should we really move forward. Now, coming to into your question, understand that in our country, we really probably have to invest in two big areas as to our chamber's perspective. Number one, since we have seen, if we want our people to get enough jobs and enough decent jobs, they should probably transit into the industry. Then we'll probably have to establish partnership platforms between the industry sector and the academician or the academic sector into the industry and in relation to jobs. So, and here I mean, we have industries currently, but they are not able to get the qualified qualities when it comes to such particular employees working into those industries. So we probably need to establish this kind of partnerships in terms of internships, et cetera, to see now the type of the people that are coming out into the jobs do really qualify and can really meet the expectation of the industries. And the second, we might also probably invest in education and skills development training. We understand currently one of the tax that the industry is really paying highly is the skill development levy at the tune of 3.0%. So currently that particular amount of money as to VITA Act, a certain portion is allocated for higher education student loan board and the other portion is allocated for VETA. But we have come to probably feel that that particular amount which is allocated to VETA is not utilized effectively. So maybe we need another agenda, a serious agenda, to see how this particular taxpayers people can really be utilized effectively to ensure we have the right education when it comes to the jobs that the industries want in the country. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much, Mercy, and for highlighting the aspect of the underperformance of our agricultural and industrial sectors, and the need for transformation, and obviously the need for more investment in education and skills development in our country. Deepak, the rapid pace of technological advancements and evolving labor markets can make technical and specialized skills quickly outdated. Yet, transversal skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability have proven to be more transferable and resilient to the changes in the job market. Evidence shows that post-secondary graduates who possess adequate occupation-specific technical skills but lack strong foundational and transversal skills often face challenges in adapting to work-related changes. Against this backdrop, how can developing countries adapt their workforces to this evolving needs of the labor market,
Thank you. It's a very tall order that you have tasked me with. It's something that development banks would be best placed to answer, I guess. But based on my experience of working in Nepal, and that is the only place that I know of, I can posit some thoughts. And of course, talk about the situation back home, and which might have some bearing also. The question of critical thinking and the various other skills that would make it possible for people to retrain themselves is something that goes down to the school level. With the kind of education system that we have in many parts of our world, with rote learning emphasized, that is something that is in short supply. Obviously, there is a need for students or young adults to be able to adapt to new situations, new labor markets. But that is something that does not come easy, particularly when so much of the focus is on academic learning only, and the TVET sector is ignored to a large extent. And I think like it's easier for people coming from the technical parts or technical side to adapt themselves. And like the lady there said this earlier, the social stigma associated with technical education is something that really needs to be overcome in some way. In Nepal, we used to have 2 streams of education also till some years back. But that has given way. You had the academic stream, and then you had the technical stream. Although the technical stream was very limited at the school level, very, very limited, and was, I think like, not more than 10 schools in all of Nepal, which produced technical graduates. But even that has been undermined over time. Mainly because of the great labor migration that takes place from Nepal. So on the one hand, technical skills are undervalued, even though every report that comes out of the government emphasizes the need to train our human resources better so that they can go as skilled workers to these labor importing countries. The emphasis is less on that and more on academic education, which itself is quite sorry to begin with. The other thing that the development agencies focus on a lot is the adoption of technology as well, and which is easier said than done. Excuse me, especially for a developing country like Nepal. One of the issues that is raised often is the need to make use of all the land that is, because of the migration of such a large population, land is lying fallow. Men are not in the villages anymore, and the stay behind, the women and the parents and the siblings do not find an incentive to work the land either, mainly because the easy availability of money through remittances that are coming in. So as a result of which, there is a lot of focus that has been paid by development agencies to restart agriculture and horticulture and animal husbandry in rural parts of Nepal. And that also presumes that that everyone, and then of course the next step being the adoption of agribusiness in the rural areas. Agribusiness by itself demands some entrepreneurial skills, which is not the cup of tea of everyone, as I think Espen mentioned in the morning. Not everyone is an entrepreneur. But having said that, the other problem is that we also have the issue of while the focus of the donor agencies is that the government itself has not been able to provide the kind of services that is required in the agriculture extension worker level. So while we used to have agriculture extension workers extensively throughout Nepal, that role has again died down, mainly because agriculture is not so attractive anymore. The third factor obviously would be to conduct market analysis of the labor market, and that is where the role of the government is paramount, and also to introduce the results of the market analysis into the syllabus of the school syllabus curriculum. Unfortunately, Nepal is also going through a political transition where we have 753 different local governments, all of which have been given responsibility to set their own syllabus at the local level. Now, market analysis at the national level itself is quite scarce and quite scant, and it has not been able to translate into government policy. As a result of which, we have 753 different education units at the local level trying to come up with syllabus that they really would not know how to adapt to the changing environment.
These are the challenges that we face. But I think the most important factor that I'd like to highlight again is that we have to emphasize more on the TVET sector in order to ensure that our graduates are more adaptive to the changing labor market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepak. Eliaza. In much of the developing world, young people attend schools without acquiring basic literacy skills, leaving them unable to compete in the job market. More than 80% of the entire working age population, and another example from Ghana, and more than 60% in Kenya cannot infer simple information from relatively easy texts. Further, technical and vocational training, TVET systems, in many countries face challenges related to quality assurance, resulting in perceptions of the vocational track being a second best option, as we've heard, compared to general secondary or tertiary education. Given these circumstances, how can countries enhance the quality of their competency development systems?
Okay, thank you so much for such an insightful question. And my reflections are actually based on the historical perspective of the Tanzania education policy, stated from 1967, when we had the same mindset of developing education systems, a system that can cater for our skills needs and the requirements of the country at that particular time, immediately after independence. As we are all aware that in 1967 we had policy and philosophy of Ujamaa, the socialism. And if you look at that time, the education for self-reliance policy, which particularly aimed at equipping Tanzanians with skills needed, being in agricultural sector, being in industrialization, etc. That's where we can point out in terms of Tanzania, where we started to think about having the competencies and having skills as part of the people we are preparing to take the jobs and employments. But we have been swinging around back and forth since then. After the education for self-reliance, we never had a very defined policy and philosophy since that time. And we have been changing with the waves that we are coming and being influenced globally, etc. But as a country, having a clear direction of what exactly we want in terms of preparing the competent and people to join the labor market who are skilled enough, it has been a challenge. Currently, in Tanzania, we have seen, we had 3 or more policies that we changed recently. And every minister that got into the power had a different mindset on what competence is. And these ministers defined the priorities of education systems in terms of competences based on what was happening at that particular period of time. If some of the people remember, there was a time we even mixed together the chemistry and physics to be one subject, and there's a time we omitted all the electives courses, talking about the cookery, talking about, we had a number of activate courses which were offered by these secondary schools, but at the time it wasn't seen as an important education system to embrace. And recently we have adopted a new policy which is actually basing on competence as well. And luckily that policy, and it is sort of overhauling the whole education system, whereby now we are seeing the primary schools we go to 6 years, and so many things have changed, talking about the high school number of combinations and courses that students might be able to study now. We are talking about 59, which were not there at the time. But now, how is it being translated, and what can we do in terms of preparing and come up with competent, skilled people to cater our markets and our ongoing economic development? So in the university, if we're talking about university level, most of the universities currently, if I may say, public institutions, public higher learning institutions, currently they are implementing a new project called HEAT. That's Higher Education for Economic Transformation, which also has the same objective and the same mindset that we need to prepare graduates who are employable. That's a HEAT project, and it is funded by World Bank. And I'm pretty much sure most of the universities are actually implementing that project. And one of the core issues that they're looking at is curriculum development, which are competence-based. So we are moving away from what we used to train our people at the university, etc. So if I summarize what has to be done, basically, I might put 4 key strategic issues as far as Tanzania is concerned. Number one is alignment with the industry needs. The education system that we want to adopt right now, and whatever kind of system we want to design, if we want to bring out the competent and employable youth or students or graduates, we need to look at the alignment with the industry, the kind of curriculum that we are aiming to develop, but also the work-based learning. You know, in Tanzania, it's, if you, of course, in most of the countries, they are trying to integrate learning and working at the same time. There's some sort of flexibility that a student might be able to study, but at the same time, within the schedule of the school, then a person might be able to work somewhere, etc. So that's what we call work-based learning. But also skills forecasting. You know, we have been chased away with the waves from different parts of the world that currently we are talking about artificial intelligence. Yes, it is part of what the world is advocating right now. But as a country, do we really have a skills forecasting in our context, given these global issues? But as a country, do we have, because we differ in terms of the resources, etc. But since, what is the time that we sat down and try to forecast the skills that in this number of years in Tanzania, we might need this category of people and we need to start preparing for it, etc. But the second strategy could be collaboration and partnership. You know, these universities, NACTIVATE, and all these kind of institutions we are talking about, they cannot stand alone. If we want to prepare, or if we want to groom the skilled and competent graduates, then we need to think about the government-industry relationship. I'm happy that Mercy here has talked about what TCCIA is doing, but also the community or the community involvement with the organization, the industrial university linkage. How are we playing the role in making sure that we are blending and integrating the industry and the university to bring out this kind of people we're talking about, but also international collaborations. There's some of the issues that we need to sort them out at the international level. The third strategic issue is effective delivery and assessment. So this is one of the issues that we have been fighting for quite a period of time. How are we assessing our students from different levels? What are the assessment mechanisms, and how are we deliver what we have actually prepared for them? That also says a lot about how we are preparing our competent people. And for this case, I would basically advise innovative teaching methods. Now we are not talking about only a lecturer or a teacher, you know, delivering to a student. It has to be two-way trafficking. And how are we creating the innovative system? But competence-based assessment. And lastly, focus on the soft skills as my third strategic issue. And the last issue for the at this time as a recommended strategic issue is continuous improvement and monitoring. You know, most of the time we've been designing education systems and we just ignore them. We just leave them to operate automatically without having a proper monitoring and quality assurance mechanism. So if at all we want to attain, or if we want to create an education system or competent graduates, then we need also to have this sort of continuous monitoring of what we are offering at different levels to ensure that the quality is adhered. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eliaza. A lot there. I hope that all those were captured. Alignment, work-based learning, skills forecasting, collaborations, not only public and private, as well as international, innovation in education and assessment, as well as soft skills. Alfonsina. Technical and vocational education and training, TEVET, which can last anywhere from 6 months to 3 years, can give young people, especially women, the competencies to compete for better paying jobs. How can developing countries work with local employers to ensure that the curriculum and the delivery of these programs responds to the labor market needs?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this panel. So my discussion will be based on the first panels where they discussed most of the challenges that are facing the labor market. One of the challenge was about the job seekers. They lack the needed skills by the employers. So we have a lot of maybe the technical and the vocational training centers, but what they produce might not meet what the local employers need. So how are we going to address that? That is, I think, my main point of discussion. So now to make sure that we bridge this gap between the job seekers and the employers, that the employers, they get the quality of the people they want. So then we come to the point of the previous speaker, that we need a strong collaboration between these vocational training centers and the job seekers, the local employers. So maybe they could have a memorandum of understanding between the job seekers, the employers and these institutions, so that they produce what they need. But before that, we could also have a need assessment. The need assessment could assess what is in the market, what is needed most by the employers, so that what the training institutions they produce is what exactly the market wants. So this could help that we don't produce what is not needed in the market. But the second point could be as the point of curriculum development, as the previous speaker has said. So it's important to conduct also the tracer study or the gap assessment from what is already in the market and what is needed, so that as you develop the new curriculum, you incorporate what is missing in the market rather than reproducing what is already there in the market or what is not needed in the market. And the next point could be now based with that, especially women. We could also have the gender policies to be incorporated in the employment policy, that we need to have a balance between men and women, but we just don't employ the women simply because we want to increase the number of women in the market. We have to empower these women to be able to be employable in the market. So this is also another point that we should consider while enrolling in these institutions, the teaching institutions, that we have the number of women needed, but they get the skills that they need. But also when you go to the market now, that the women are equally employable just as men. But another point is to strengthen the networking or collaboration. For example, what we are doing here is very important, to conduct the workshops, the symposium or the conferences where the job seekers and the employers, they would meet and, build that strengthening that they need, how they can understand. For example, the job seekers, they might not know even the companies that they can get employed when they finish their education. But through this networking challenge, they can also get that. I remember back in the days in our universities, we used to have career day fairs. I think they still exist, where different companies would come at the university, and then student would understand, oh, there's NBC that is looking for this kind of a person. We have Ernst & Young, we have universities, and all that. So that could also be another point. But in Hilda's presentation, we saw that women, they have less access to digital platforms. maybe this also can be strengthened, because now we have a lot of social medias, a lot of companies, a lot of employers. They have their social media network or channels where you can also get the information that is needed. Another point, I think, the introduction of internship programs to these local employers, where the students or the people in the vocation training, they could also get their on-job training, as the previous speaker said, the work-based learning skills. They could acquire that during the internship program, maybe 3 months, 2 months. Then this is also, I think, something important. But universities or these training institutions could introduce some sort of short courses that they can offer the skills that the employers would want their employees to have. Yeah, I think that would be my point.
Thank you very much, Alfonsina. So we're going to open it up again. The goal here for the workshop is to try and contribute by drawing on the lessons and perspectives from the panel in a forward-looking way. And this is to provide recommendations to the government and other stakeholders who could adopt to these in terms of enhancing existing policies. That's the goal of this, and these will be shared. So I welcome any questions or comments that are directed to this esteemed panel. Karibuni, we have a few minutes. However, if there are other issues of that require conversation and discussion, there will be a networking immediately after. So that could also occur afterwards. But right now, let's focus on this. So there's 1, 2. I'll start over there and then I'll come to you, sir.
A very good evening to you all. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself because I came late. I am Ms. Anna Malaba, an assistant projects coordinator from Tanzania Chamber of Commerce. I'm with Mr. Mercy. Mine is not a question but a comment. I would like to add up on the last two speakers' point on collaboration. Collaboration in terms of between the learning institutions and the private sector organizations like us is very important in order to be able to know what the industries need to cater with the courses that are offered by the higher learning institutions. For instance, Chamber of Commerce was able to take part in the University Industry Day that was prepared by SUA University under the HEAT project. Here, we were able to invite our members to exhibit, and also the university brought their students exhibiting the various agricultural processes, techniques that are there. So this way, the students were able to know what the industries need, and the industries were able to know what they lack in terms of technology that is being developed by the university. So I think we need such initiatives, many as such, in order to know what the industries need. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jones?
Thank you. Might be alluding to what they were speaking. My first reservation on the changes in the policy lies in the fact that we are always going back and forth. In the 1940s, and I know Professor Mio is here, you would go up to standard 4, then 5, 6. Then you go to 7, 8. Then you do 9, 10. You do what they call the pan-operatorial or whatever exam. And there you could be employed. If you are lucky, you go for standard 9 and 10, and 11 and 12, and then you do the Cambridge. And from there you go to the university, I think, for 5 years. If you study even the Nyerere situation, you would find he did his By then, that was a diploma for I think 4 or 5 years. That almost like a TVET. Now we are going back to the same level. Is this what we are saying? And we are saying this is a new thing. Because the first thing is, why did we abolish the 1940 policy? And you know why? Because this was the German approach. And those who study education very well, they will remember when the Germans were defeated and the English came in, it took almost 2 or 3 years where there was no education at all of any nature. So I feel the question is whether we have a new thing or we have coped what is happening. But that is one. Two, we have countries which had the 6, then 6, then 7, 8, 9, 10. We have not studied the new policy very well to see whether it will be able to capture what we desire. But that is one. But definitely it is a move to the right direction, might be. The challenge that is what we have is what is happening in Kenya, because Kenya, they have done the same thing. And now they are saying the junior secondary schools cannot work because of lack of facilities, lack of competent teachers, and whatever and whatever. If you have had time to, of course I've visited Kenya several times, but if you have time to, every Monday or Tuesday they have debates on education. And one of the major challenges is whether they can be able to manage the new system. Now, if they can't, and remember Kenya is the largest economy in East and Central Africa, whether can we? That will be the major question. And when I studied the policy, and of recent, we are trying to compare the curriculum in Tanzania with that of Japan in terms of the processes there at the university. We have a project that does that, but we have not gone to, because we're still at the proposal stage. But what we have noted is that even at universities, there are associations or industries that are managed to managed together between the university staff and the students. And those projects are part and parcel of curriculum implementation, which means the student has got to go through all of these stages: how to manage a company, how to do that, how to become a technician, and whatever. Now that we have not been able to capture in Tanzania. Tomorrow I'll be presenting on minding the gap, but one of the major issues that we did some years back was to look into what the Germans are doing. And you know, the Germans have been doing better in education, and I think Sweden, and now we have Norway here, and I have my friends in Finland. What we have noted is that there is a very big connection, almost like intertwined, between the industry and the universities. In Tanzania and in Kenya and in almost, except might be a little bit of South Africa, that connection is missing. You know why? One, we have had the demographic that we have been speaking in the morning. We have more kids out there, and we have not been able to match the birth rate with enhancement of the primary schools, universities, and other tertiary education. When we did free education, what we call free education, at primary level, then up to Form 4. Now we have moved to Form 6. We did not do the same expansion at higher levels, which means the cohorts that come in will lack that input. And remember, at the lower cohorts, we did not put in enough investment to ensure that the increased number of students is matched with increased number of resources and, of course, teachers. We have another very big challenge. If we are studying the statistics, how many of our students are doing science-related subjects, and therefore technical. So if you talk about employability, we might be able to question ourselves. What do we have at most? I think we are all here. I'm an accountant. I know she's an economist. He's a lawyer. Some of us are social scientists. And basically, we are administrators. And now, as administrators, the country cannot move forward with administrators. Now, someone talked about labor migration somewhere in the discussion earlier on. If you're looking at labor migration, for example, no, it was him. It was him, or yes. And talking about labor migration, what kind of labor do they want in Saudi Arabia? They surely do not want a social scientist. Which means instead of having fewer people at the administrative stage, we are producing more and more and more. And so definitely there will be unemployed. So what I feel is, if you look at these policies that we are talking about today, and education and whatsoever, the question would be whether we are on the right direction. You cannot have one, for example, you cannot have a very good education policy and you don't have other policies that support it. So if you would be discussing, and I think in the morning someone talked about lack of coordination. I don't know who was that. But when you lack coordination, it should have been here, I think. When you lack coordination, it means definitely, however good the policy, the education policy is, it is senseless. Why? Because you cannot have an education policy that is connected with the industry. You cannot have an education policy that is not connected with other areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, everyone. For the sake of time, mine is more of an observation or a comment, and anyone in the panel can answer or say something. With the rise of AI, the artificial intelligence, how prepared are we, especially here in Tanzania? Is our government ready to collaborate? Like, if I employ a robot, why would I employ a human being? And looking at our skill set that we're bringing it up, we're still behind. I don't think we're there yet. However, you can comment on it. I mean, COVID showed us we actually don't need to be working in our offices. We can work from home. Some of our loved ones lost their lives. Some people lost their jobs. So are we ready for the changing environment that it's coming with the rise of AI? Anybody from the panel can answer.
One or two more.
Mine is actually just a minute. I heard from Eliezer who said that we should focus on soft skills. I think the future focus on the balance of technical and soft skills. And the soft skills are divided into two pieces. One is the 21st century skills. The 21st century skills talks about collaboration, problem solving, resilience, creativity, others. But the second part of soft skills that are needed for that balance is the behavioral skills, attitude toward work, integrity, honesty, trustworthiness. So the balance, it doesn't matter how good you are technically, but if you lack communication skills, you lack collaboration, you lack all this, you are unfit in today's world labor market. You can be good at communication, but if you're not honest, your integrity is poor, your attitude toward work is poor, then you are also unfit. So the future is focused on the balance, a proper balance of technical skills and two sets of soft skills. 21st century skills and behavioral skills.
Thank you. Can I go back to the panel? You have something burning, Emmanuel. If it's burning, just...
Just to add the question about AI, and I think you can clarify. I think there's a lot of confusion between machine learning and AI. And all machine learnings are AI, but not all AI are machine learning, because both have different roles and functionalities. So there've been a lot of discussion about how Africa can benefit its economy, how it can benefit from AI in different sectors, in different roles, and in different tasks. And the issue is the presence of Africa information online, because AI is dealing with the information that is already online. So I think we can clarify that, how we can really get benefit from AI in terms of accelerating our development processes.
Thank you for that clarification. I will proceed to the panel. You don't have to address everything, just your final comments or points. 2 minutes, please. We'll start in reverse order. Alfonsina.
Thank you. Yes, so I'll just talk a bit about the AI when Diana raised the question. Then I remember the last year when I was finalizing my thesis, I had lunch with some of the professors at the University of Oslo. Then they were talking about ChatGPT, how it has helped now, like it has simplified their work when they're reviewing their students' thesis. It's now good. They don't have to spend time on correcting the spellings and all that. Then when I never knew about the ChatGPT, but I heard about it in my work group, Mohasi group. Then everybody was like, that is going to destroy our student, it was so against it. Then I just said but that is not good, because now students are going to be lazy. Then they're all like, no, it's a good thing. Then I was, oh, okay. And then for the first time I went to Google what is ChatGPT. I never had that. Then it was something like that. And then yesterday I had lunch with some of my master's students. And then they were talking about a lot of AIs, how they help them in writing there are different type of them which helps them, like there's one for writing the literature review, there's another one for organizing the citation, there's one for this, one for so many. And then I was like, oh my God, what is this? So I don't know, maybe the best part is just to embrace the changes and the technology that is coming and to just get prepared. That is my thought, but I think we can't just fight the future or fight the technology. We have to just get prepared and, work with it.
Thank you so much. Just to add on what my presenter, she has already said. So it's just last week we had a seminar at Mzumbe University for all academic staffs being taught about the AI and generative AI under the project of HIT. And this is one of the things that came out of it. I'm just going to put it as a sentence or two. When Google was invented, lecturers were very much skeptical about it. I remember one of my old lecturer just threatened students that if I find you Google any materials, then I'm going to penalize it. And he just wanted students to go to the library, read and summarize and all that. But down the road, Google has been accepted and people are moving on with it. But there was a very fancy picture of some years back when the calculator was invented. A group of teachers were rioting on the street that now our kids will not be able to calculate, but later on we adopted it and it's part of us. So what I'm going to say, in Tanzania last week as well, in the parliament, if some of you remember, Minister of ICT, Information Communication Technology, Honorable Moses Nape, he just went to read the budget and he was actually welcomed by the robot by the name Eunice. And that was an impression to the country that is an era we are right now and we cannot run away from it. if you look at it from the perspectives of now what happened in social media, how people were discussing it, you'll find a lot of discussions around it. Some people were mocking it, etc. But I like the impression that we are in that era and we cannot run away from it. So right now, we as for example, Mzumbe University, we are embracing the technology and we are trying to teach it in an ethical way and so forth. So I agree with that one. In terms of the collaborations emphasized, thank you so much TCCIA for that. And the last comment on the changing policy, I think that's one of the issues we are debating every time. I think we need to have evidence-based policy with regards to our education. And to comment on the new education system, whether we are right, we are moving in the right direction or not, it might be early to say so, but we hope that given the instrument you use to design the policy, we hope we're in the right direction. Thank you.
Not really anything to add.
Thank you. It's an honor to be the last speaker in this panel. Of course, as I pitched once, the first time when I was speaking, for us, the private sector, we're really interested to see, the quality of the people that are coming outside of the to our factories, that they can really benefit, or we can really benefit from their skill sets. So, and for us, we're really emphasizing on conducting regular needs assessments, to identify the current and future skills requirements, because this is very critical, when it comes to industries. We are now speaking of AI, but I can skip speaking on AI and speak on the technological adoption. For example, right now we have a massive investment in our country for the production of glass. They have invested US dollars 310 million. Massive investment, but it's all sophisticated. So what does this mean? We might probably sit as academicians, probably in a certain vessel, try to tailor some of the curriculum, and then the skills that will be produced would not match the era that we have. So we have seen various industries now adopting, technological adoptions that's really current. They are very sophisticated. So it's high time for all stakeholders involved to engage each and every one stakeholder without leaving the industries, behind, so that at last we'll probably be having people who are fit to work into the industries, and again, employment will be created in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause, please, for our esteemed panel? As we conclude, again, another reminder that we will be having a networking immediately afterwards, hosted by Diana outside, and there will be refreshments and some snacks served. Just a quick run through of tomorrow's program. We'll begin at 8:45. We'll begin our program at 8:45, where we'll have a recap, but our first presentation will be on women's industrial jobs and poverty by Espen, and the effect of fertility on female labor force participation in Tanzania by Eliaza, and entering the world of work, a study of transition to the labor market in Tanzania by Vincent Somville. We'll touch on the rest of the program tomorrow, hoping that we should be more on schedule versus we were today. And may I just close by thanking every one of you for your contributions and participation, and wish you a pleasant evening here. Thank you.